Hello, my Sharkies, and welcome to a very special Thursday stream, for it is the first ever tier list stream I'll be doing.
Oh yeah, Takakudo will love it, whatever a tier list is.
Yeah, as promised, I'm going to be ranking all the Super Sentai main mecha. Half of which are Power Ranger ones, so yeah, it should be quite fun.
Indeed. Might I ask, where's the music?
Oh yes, don't worry. I found 8-bit tracks of all the Super Sentai themes, which I will be playing once we get started. Lovely, comrade. Is everyone ready? Yeah, sorry if I'm not too talkative at first. It's going to take me a moment to really get into it, but yeah, I am very passionate about just mecha and robots in general. And Sentai often has some of the best, some of the most creative and interesting, and occasionally downright weird. But yeah, why don't we go ahead and jump right in, along with some music that will hopefully not be interrupted by an ad. Also, yeah, let me know if the music comes through or if it's too loud. Alright, are we good, chat? That sound good to y'all? Alright, let's get things started. And hopefully there's no copyright, but yeah, here we are at tierlist.com. Just try to set it up like this. Try to make it so you couldn't see any of the unfortunate ads. Yeah, but yeah, we got tier list. I didn't want to do anything fancy, but yeah, let's see. S will be the best, A will be really great, let's say B being good, C can be okay, you know, kind of neutral, and D will be not that great, but it's not terrible, and F is absolutely bad, but you're probably... You okay? Oh yeah, sorry bro, we wanted to get a close-up look. We can leave if you want. Yeah, why don't y'all... Yeah, we'll see you later, bros. Yeah, sorry. But yeah, as the Battle Fever music plays, there's our mecha. Sadly, this hasn't been updated to include Take a Sword, but we'll be fine. And I also have a little picture of another website to give you all a little closer look at the Megazord we're ranking currently. I only have pictures of the toys at the moment, and I hope that'll be okay. But anyways... Why don't we go ahead and get started? First of all, as you can see here, is there a way I can, like, open it in another tab? I don't know. Our first one is this. Okay. The first mecha we have here is Battle Fever Robo. Yeah, the one that started all. I was worried about them because I thought they were going to get squished. Don't worry, we're okay. Don't worry, we're fine. We're fine, bro. Yeah, okay. But yeah, you can see Battle Fever Robo down here. It's doesn't quite feel like the first mecha, because unlike others, this one could not combine, like, at all. And I'm just keeping a track on the musics. I'm gonna rewind the music a little, just so I have enough time to talk. But yeah, this one could not transform. Instead, it had lots of weapons. Yeah, it's got swords, explosive throwing knives, all sorts of stuff. You know, it's alright. It's a very simple mech. It's pretty simple. It's a lot rounder than most Sentai mechs. Kind of drawing its inspiration more off other stuff, such as, you know, Mazinger, Get a Robo, other anime robots at the time. Now, how shall we rank it, Chad? I'm not particularly attached to it. I don't think it's bad. I think it's pretty okay. So, you know, for being... I think we can... I think I want to put it at C... you know, I think I'll up it to B just because it's the first. Oh, and, a few things I wanted to go over before we start. Stuff we're going to be looking for in what makes a great Sentai mech is obviously the design. how well it's used in the show, how well the transformation is, you know, is it clever or interesting, how are the components, which will come into play more once we get into the Power Rangers section. And also, what's our emotional attachment to this Megazord? Because I hate it when Zords get destroyed at the end, so if it's something we have more of an attachment to, it's probably going to be a bit higher. So, we'll also, you know, try to focus on what some of the stuff it does right and wrong. But yeah, we'll just take it one bit at a time. I'm still very new to doing tier lists, so do forgive me. Anyways, but yeah, that's Battle Fever Robo. And do pardon me if I take a moment to get some of the names correct. Oh, and just in time, and hopefully an ad won't play. Let me see if the next music track will load. I don't know why it's not loading. Okay. So yeah, next we have a pretty neat one. That being Denzi Robo, or I believe it's known as Daidenzi. Let me see if I can pull up a new picture while the very awesome Denzi Man music plays. Okay, so yeah, I'm using. Let's see what I can find of Daidenzi. Oh yeah. Okay, why? Okay. Oh, that's. Oh, it's. Oh dear, it's not letting me. Okay, minor issue. It's not letting me scroll down. Let me see. That didn't help. Okay. Yeah. Stop the music. Stop the music. Yeah. Bug Fable's wallpaper. Oh yeah, it is Bug Fable's wallpaper. Oh, did you see that? Oops. Oh right. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know why it won't scroll down. How do you... yeah, I can't... What if I do... Okay, well this is a little embarrassing. For whatever reason, I can't get the thing to scroll. Can you tell it's my first time, chat? What? Why does the interact not let me move? Okay, Okay, give me a moment, chat. Let's just go. I'll just do it like this. Sorry, I can't be too neat. Give me a second to... Okay, here we go. One moment. But yeah, I'll go ahead and just leave it up here while we're setting it up. But yeah, there's, I want to say Daidenzi. No, this was actually the very first transforming robot. And that's the wrong one. See how professional I am, chat? Okay. And okay, that did not work. Okay, y'all okay with just seeing it big on the screen like this? Sorry I can't do the fancy thing down there. The interact thing is being very picky. Okay. Okay, but yeah, we'll just go with this for now, and I'll just, yeah. But yeah, let's start up the music. Now, I've actually been watching Denzi Man. It's a pretty fun series. But yeah, a lot of these mechas would actually come with giant container robots, that being the Denzi Tiger, which would then open up to reveal the Denzi Fighter, becoming the great Daidenzi. And he's actually a pretty neat mecha, I gotta say. Very sci-fi, yeah. Yeah, he's, pretty... I actually kind of like him, you know. And he's got some pretty good fights under his belt, I must say. They don't show it here, but he's got, this isn't his only weapon. I believe he's also got a boomerang. And by Super Robot standards, of course, he can pull it out of nowhere. And and a notable thing about him is his other weapon, the Denzi Ball, which is big ball and chain, which is pretty fun seeing them whip it out on the monsters. And of course, his finisher is the quite yeah, a ball, as in a spiked ball, like a mace, attached to a chain, which he would fling at the opponents. And his final attack would be the... I forget, what was it, I forget what it's called, but it's essentially a sword attack. Funny enough, in the first few episodes, he would always behead the monster before slicing it in half. So, pretty neat mecha. It also has a tendency to be a bit Deus Ex Machina, where it would kind of pull out something out of nowhere, like, say the monster is a caterpillar and it's got him all covered in silk. He would then pull off the Denzi Silk Remover! And just get rid of it. But the funniest one was an episode I just watched this weekend, where they were fighting the monster on the ground, and the monster did like Boulder Storm, and then the Denzi went Denzi Reverse Boulder Storm, and then made the rocks go flying back at the monster. I was like, ah, how do you reverse boulders? Ah! Yeah. Appearance-wise, it's pretty neat. Very, very much still the same retro super robot stuff. Though, well, it's simple, and there are times when you can tell that it's a suit. I think it's pretty good for the time, so, let's put him in A for now. Our next one is, in fact, the very first combining robot featured in the unofficial sequel series, Sun Vulcan, that being Sun Vulcan Robo. It's like Batman and the Shark repellent. Yeah, exactly. Sun Vulcan Robo is the first combining Sentai mech, being a combination of, well, they won't let me show it, but as you can see there, a jet and a crane tower. Yeah, this is kind of just, this is just a pair of legs with cranes attached to it. So yeah, it's definitely not the most conventional solution. Oh wait, we do have pictures. But yeah, it would emerge from they would both emerge from Jaguar Vulcan, big old shark carrier. Got a lot of shark carriers in the early seasons. But yeah, we got the Cosmo Vulcan, pretty standard spaceship. And yeah, there's the crane tower. Yep. But despite all this junk, it does form a pretty clean looking robot. That's a neat thing about the early Sentai robots, is they look very clean. They know how to put away all their stuff and look quite good. Now, I'm a little foggy on a lot of these early ones, so do forgive me there. I think they do all have the traditional rocket punch mechanic, push a button and the fist go flying out, popularized by Mazinger Z. But yeah, he's alright, head's kind of nice. Oh yeah, if you have any thoughts on any of these mecha, feel free to let me know, especially if you have suggestions. I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna watch Sun Vulcan, because for one thing, it's the only Sentai show with no female rangers, which I don't like, because I like my ladies. Nice theme song, but yeah, I don't think it's nothing too amazing, but yeah, it's alright. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm a very positive person, so we won't be seeing too many in the negative. So let's put him in C. That sound good to y'all, chat? But yeah, let's go with that. But yeah, let's move on to our next one, who is a show I am considering watching later. Thank you, GreenRanger.com for your assistance. But yeah, let me get the music moved. Our next one is an ad. Never mind. Is Dai Sentai Goggle 5. As soon as the music starts. Yeah, Ribbon Dance. Yeah, for whatever reason, the Rangers in Goggle 5. Ah, there we go. They fight with gymnastics ribbons, even though the pink one's the only one that's a gymnast. Which is also why I kind of want to watch it, because, you know, I love my leotards. Also, that clip you sent me about the whack-a-mole looked pretty funny. But here's our next one. Goggle Robo. Oh boy. Well, we at least get some color. Actually, I want to see if I can make that bottom thing look a bit better. Let me try something real quick. Never mind. Well, this is when we were apparently actually getting proper components, being, we got Goggle Jet. Expect to see a lot of jets, chat. You know, it's alright. And, Goggle Tank. Not the greatest. And, weirdly enough, Goggle Dump. Probably the least popular component. And I've actually seen a couple of them floating on eBay. But yeah, this forms the legs, that's the body, and that's the top, and we get Goggle Robo. Yeah, kind of the very pointy but plain. Yeah, it's one of the many cone heads from the early seasons. You know, it's nothing too amazing. You know, I like that there's a bit of color, you know. And like others, you know, everything folds away pretty cleanly, but you know. Not sure if I'm feeling anything too strongly. I'm not sure if there's anything that bad about it. Yeah, pretty standard. Bit on the simple side. I'm not sure, chat. I wonder if this might be our first D. You know, you know... I think we're reaching the point where just because it's early, it's not going to excuse as many simple stuff, so... Yeah, I think we're going to put him in D, because, you know, it's nothing horrible, but... Yeah, it's a little too simple for my taste. Also, I think the sword weapon gets very boring very fast, you know... You know, it's the toy looks all right, but I think yeah, I think we'll move on to our next one. Yeah, I sadly can't say too much about these early ones, cause but now we get to a pretty interesting Sentai, that being Kagaku Sentai Dynamon. Or as many fans call it, Bakuhatsu Sentai Dynaman. Bakuhatsu being, explosive. Yeah, Dynaman was almost a baseball-themed season. And for whatever reason, there was lots of explosions. Like, lots of explosions. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can actually... Let me see if I can actually put the tier list in the corner, just so y'all can, keep track of how everything looks. Yeah, like, we got a giant explosion for, like, each individual ranger, and then an even bigger one. Ah! Okay, that didn't quite work. Did I... Okay, never mind, that did not work. Sorry about that. Sorry about the ads. Let me pause them. Sorry again, I still don't quite know what I'm doing. I need to put something there, but I don't know what. Oh, wait, I got an idea. Let's... Oh, wait, I think I know what to put in here. Oh, wait, no, that's not gonna work. Let's just close that. Oh, nope, that's not going to go. Let's just have it here with all the Sentai's displayed, just so it looks somewhat neat. I'll try to do something better when we do more tier list. I'm just sorry about those ads. Okay. There's something. Yeah, sorry I don't have anything cleaner right now, but this will have to do. Have you tried SoundCloud before? No. Now, currently I'm just letting it play on YouTube, which hopefully won't get me copyright claimed. That's why I'm doing 8 bits. Okay, let's... Oh, and a shout out to, what is this called? Studio Megane for these tracks. Very amazing. Anyways, let's get back on track. Which one was Dynaman? We got Dynarobo, which, yep. It's another Conehead. Though it's kind of a bit more egregious than how, Goggle Robo works. For one thing, let's look at the components. We got Dynamok, Dynamobile, and Dynagary. Oh yeah, this... oof. For one thing, this is just a head. This is clearly just meant to be the head. And a bit of the body. They're kind of okay, but... This is sadly, I think, when we start reaching the point where all the mechs kind of start blending together and becoming samey. But, you know, as usual, everything folds up pretty neatly. Got a visor head. Yeah, I think the main thing these Sentai robots got going for them is how everything folds away neatly. Unfortunately, it does lead to a lot of them looking kind of plain. And also, they do the super robot shenanigans of pulling weapons out of nowhere, which isn't that bad on the show. But if you got the toys, that means you gotta keep them separately, so... I won't knock too many points off for that, but if a mech can store its weapons, all the better. Well, there's some stats there, but... Oh yeah, this was also the time where Rangers had to share a mech. Basically, they'd stuff 2 of them in 2 of the mechs. And usually Red gets his own, because Red is so special. Yeah, they might look better when they fight, but I don't know. Dynarobo just, it's kind of got the blandness. It's got the cone head, which... it's not inherently bad, but it's not inherently that interesting either, so... What y'all think? I'm thinking we have another D. We're probably not going to see many Fs, because it takes a lot for me to hate certain things, so... But yeah, that's what y'all think. Any last minute, any thoughts on Dynarobo? Feel free to put them in. But yeah, a lot of them are going to be kind of samey for a while, because, you know, early Sentai. But let's get on to our next series. One that I am a little more interested in checking out. That being Chodenshi Bioman. Oh, is the music wrapping up? Oh, perfect. Bioman's quite interesting because it actually strays away from... Yeah, Bioman, pretty interesting. Specifically, its main mecha, Bio-Robo. Probably one of the more iconic early Sentai robots due to that quite stunning color scheme. Also, Bioman happens to be the beginning of what I have fan-dubbed the Leotard female trilogy. And by that I mean all the females in the next 3 Sentais had leotard designs in their suit, which I really like, and I wish they would bring back. But yeah, Bioman's... I think this one was essentially a main character, but let's go over the components of Bio-Robo. Not a lot of colors. Yeah, it's much more simple. And it comes out of a floating brick. But yeah, our components, we have Biojet 1, pretty neat, and Biojet 2, and what I like is they're all, see how white they look? Well, once they combine, that all goes away in favor of a lot more black. Oh, hey, music note, yay, your chat finally loaded. Hey, hello, hey, nice to see you. Yeah, we're currently ranking Sentai mechs. We're currently on Bioman's Bio-Robo. But yeah, I quite like Bio-Robo. I think the transformation's quite clean, and I think it's one of the main characters of the show. A lot of the early Sentais kind of treat the robots as like a separate side character almost like a prototype 6th Ranger. But yeah, I really like Bio-Robo. It's got the rocket punch as per usual. But yeah, I feel like if you put Bio-Robo next to all the other early Sentai robots, I think they stand out a bit more for the nice black and red with a bit of white. Unfortunately, Sword and Shield, so still a little low on interesting, but I think I like Bio-Robo, and I want to check it out. Bio-Robo. So I say, let's put him in A. I think Bio-Robo is worthy of A. What do y'all think? I think he does good. He's also a bit more boxy. But yeah. Also interesting thing about Bioman, it doesn't have Monsters of the Week. Instead it has like 3 generals and like 6 monsters that get rotated out. Yeah, A for now. Oh, fair enough. Oh, next in the... we have a pretty unique one. Oh wait, too far. That being Zenkaiger Sentai Changeman. I think this was actually the first one that had aliens as its villains. And they had a unique theme, and I kind of wish that theme would have translated over to the mecha. So here we have Change Robo. And yes, this is a different mech, despite it looking very similar to some of the others. But yeah, I kind of wish Changeman would get a reboot, because because the theming for the Rangers were mythic creatures. Yeah, the opening's really good, as y'all can hear. We got a dragon, we got a griffin, a mermaid. Actually, I forget what some of them were, and a phoenix. But sadly, this was not when we had unique Zords. Instead, we had a jet. Pretty standard. A helicopter with heli changer too, which that's kind of unique. Sounds more like disco. It really does. And land change. Okay, this is just a brick. Yeah, but despite him doing some interesting stuff, like the theming of the Rangers and the fact that the villains were kind of remorseful, as in they were aliens that were forced to attack Earth because, well, if they didn't, the big bad Star King Bazu would literally eat their planet because he was essentially a giant planet that eats other planets. So I think that might have actually been one of the first Sentais to actually redeem some of its villains. Like, Navigator, who was the pilot of the villain's spaceship, who was an alligator. But yeah, I think it's a little nicer than some of the Coneheads. I don't know. I don't mean to be bullying all the Coneheads, but it's still kind of basic. And I feel like I don't think we can excuse basic anymore. Also, the Conehead is a little, what's the word, tacky. Feel free to chime in any of your thoughts, Music Note, and if y'all have any suggestions for rankings, let me know. I think we're gonna put this in D. I'm starting to think I need to just call this the Conehead tier. I don't know, the Conehead it's not bad, it doesn't do it for me. I almost want to say tacky. I don't know. Transformation, clean as always, but, starting to get a little samey. And also, I kind of wish it had a helicopter blade on the back. I think that would have made it a little more interesting. But now we get into a early Sentai I quite like. Chosensi Flashman! With its... Oh, we actually got some additional robots. But yeah, this creates... Flash King! Now I'm thinking about the cones you put on cats and dogs. Oh, I was thinking more of the Coneheads from Transformers, but... Yeah, here's our mecha for Flashman, last of the Leotard female saga. As well as a pretty dark Sentai, but yeah, Flash King. They had a bit of a gem theme for it. And I quite like Flash King. It's probably my favorite of the early primary color Sentai robots. But yeah, our component's Tank Command, who I think is pretty cool looking. I think it stands out a little more. Nice little cool thing. The other ones are a little uninteresting. We got Jet Delta and Jet Seeker. They're kind of neat, but they have a pretty unique combination. So yeah, it's not... So I might be a little biased here. Also, yeah, you can get a little glimpse at some of the other stuff. I won't rank them, but I'll let y'all see them. But yeah, this was also the first Sentai to have a secondary mecha, Flash Titan, who turns into Titan Boy, is, Transformers was getting really popular at the time, so, yeah. And I guess Flash King could go inside, and they could combine to make Great Titan. But we're gonna focus on Flash King for now. For one thing, no Conehead. Sword and shield, but I like that the shield is actually mounted on the side. Has a pretty clean transformation as always, and I like the head, especially the gem on there, because that's where the Rangers go. Yeah, again, I'm a little biased towards Flashman, even if it is definitely one of the darker Sentais, with a bit of a less than satisfying ending. You know, they defeat the villains, but they sadly don't accomplish their goal. It's a bit complicated, but yeah. But what y'all think of Flash King? Yeah, he's got a round head. But yeah, I like the low gem design. I think I'm gonna put Flash King in B. He's not as good as some of the others. But I think he's better than a lot. I think he's a little better in terms of based on the other ones that do the whole primary colors thing. What y'all think, chat? But yeah, I think it's good, and the components are a little more fun. 2 jets, not too bad. I will say the Yellow Ranger that season, pretty cute. But yeah, I don't think I'll rank them based on their combinations just yet. We'll save that for another tier list. But yeah, there's Flash King. Also I think it might be one of the first to use the term king, rather than just being a robo, so I think that's neat. Alright, let's move on. Well, we get to a pretty important Sentai now, which is Hikari Sentai Maskman. Because, you notice something, chat? There's not 3 or 2 things, and they're not being shared. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5! Yep, this is our first 5-man combining robot. Yeah, this is the first. Also. Oh yeah, I think it. No, there's. But yeah, this is the first season where each ranger gets their own individual Zord, which creates the giant Great 5. Which is a bit of a leftover because this season was originally going to be called 5-man. Oh yeah, let's up. I don't know what Land Galaxy is. I think that's their secondary friend. But Red gets a jet. We got Masky Fighter. Oh my. We got Masky Drill. Oh yeah, this was a thing popularized by the Brave series, the double drill tank. Not really my favorite type. I prefer single drills, but it's alright. And we got Masky Tank. Kind of a brick, but at least it's got nice wheels. And then the girls each get a fighter. Also get a fighter jet. Wait. Oh, that's fighter. This is jet. A little blocky, but kind of nice. Hey, helicopter. That's nice. Masky gyro. And yeah, the combination's pretty cool. Both girls do become the arms. It is pretty standard for Sentai mechs to become an arm or a leg. I think he's looking pretty neat, chat. We're still sadly stuck with the simple sword and shield. I think we are getting to the point where the shield is actually part of the robot. As in, you know, that's part of Masky Jet's So, appreciate the storage. Sword still comes out of nowhere. A bit of a boombox-y head. I think he looks pretty neat. But yeah, I guess the reason they also did double Dro tanks so much is it's pretty easy to make them into legs. But what y'all think of Greato 5? I think I think since it is, I think we will rank some of these based on their innovation. Since this is the first to, I think he's worth a C, but I'm gonna bump him up to B. Simply for being the first time Rangers got their own individual Zords. But yeah, what y'all think? Y'all have any thoughts on Great 5? I kind of want to let the theme just play out, just so I can, just so I don't have to push next. Yeah, Mask Man, they used, like, Kung Fu Chi powers to fight the evil underground empire.
Boob!
Blocky. It's still pretty blocky, but I think it does it well. But yeah, there's our list so far. I think we're near, and I think next is the final mecha in the Showa era. And, pretty unique, and does some pretty unique stuff. That being Choju Sentai Live Man. Why is it in French? This was another one where we get individual Zords, which combine into a pretty neat looking one, Live Robo. And you may notice this is one of the first times Sentai used the lion motif, a very popular motif for super robots. I don't know where it originated from, but one of the most famous being Zenkaiger. But yeah, let's go over the components. We got, yeah, Jet Falcon. Oh, and also, just don't sell your soul to cults. Yeah. Yeah, that was sort of the tangle. This is the first time we get ourselves an animal Zord, or an animal mecha, because you'll notice everything before has just been blocky vehicles. This is the first time we have a proper animal. We also got, you know, Jet Falcon, which is close to a falcon, but mostly jet. Then the Dolphin, which, yeah, it's kind of meant to be the legs, but it works out. Now, there's actually another super robot, which I think might have inspired this, known as Daltanius, I think. Which uses a very similar combination. The only difference is the dolphins aren't dolphins. And then later, they would be accompanied by Bison Liner and Sci-Fire. Oh, I didn't realize a fire truck. Yeah, this is one of the first seasons to add Rangers. We got a black and a green later. But, yeah, and they get a pretty nice combination, you know. Live Boxer is a bit box than Boxer. Combination's pretty cool, though. We'll save that for another one. But yeah, Live Robo's quite a standout, you know. Because, we're starting to get away from the primary colors. Okay, not really, but yeah, even though we're still Sword and Shield, very basic. But yeah, that lion is quite a big deal. But what y'all think of Live Robo? Kind of funny, when I was actually playing through Super Robot Wars GC, which had Daltanius, I always nicknamed him Live Robo because of the very similar appearance. But yeah, we'll have to do combinations and other, because Super Live Robo's pretty epic, other than the suspenders. But yeah. I don't know if I'm loving it enough to put into A. Also, I believe the Yu-Gi-Oh! Power Ranger archetype, the Quantum Ranger, Super Quant, one of their Zords actually does reference this very one. Looks smoother. Yeah, I think they've definitely improved with their mecha design, so I say let's put him in B. But yeah, that's the final Showa era. Starting from here, we move into the Heisei era, which, for those who don't know, are different periods in Japan. Oh, but next we get, something. This was Kosuku Sentai Turbo Ranger. A bit of a questionable Sentai show, because, for one thing, it's the first Sentai to be in high school, and I believe their enemies were, essentially, yeah, cars and fairies. So they get their powers from fairies who have grown weak because of pollution, and to fight the evil spirit monsters, they use cars. Do you see the problem, chat? Yeah. But let's have a look at these cars. We got Turbo GT. That's okay. Don't go with the flat wheel. I like Turbo Truck. You know, we don't see many trucks in these stuff. Yeah, the first high school Sentai. And I heard it was pretty bare bones. Very basic by the numbers Sentai. Turbo Jeep. Low short. Turbo Buggy. That's not too bad. What's... And a wagon. Oh yeah, some other stuff. This little thing. Oh yeah, Turbo Builder. aka that, which is literally just Grandest from Transformers. Which is one of the worst transformations in history. You know how he transforms? You stand it up. You don't do anything, you just pick it up. And they all form into... Oh, Turbo Robo. Oh, yeah, lazy. It's definitely a word. Oh, yeah, Turbo Robo's a bit not that great. You can't see it here, but it really looks like it's made of cardboard on the show. Like, I don't know if you can see it down there, but, and also the transformations, well, the blue and yellow don't do anything. Now, I don't know, you literally do not transform at all. You just stick them on as feet. Now, I don't know if that really bugs me too much, but if we look at it, some of the proportions are not quite right. Like, I feel like the head's too small, the arms are not that great, and, I mean, the colors are okay. I think we might have... I mean, I like the truck, but everything else is just kind of bland. Oh yeah, they're super turbo. You see the transformation, chat? You literally just stand it up. Yeah, I think this might be our first F tier, like... Unfortunately, you can't see it here, but... It's pretty bad in the fight. Like, the legs really look like cardboard boxes, and... Yeah, and I'm struggling to like this design, because those proportions are not quite like, the body's too small, the legs are too tall, the arms are not out enough, and the head's too small. But yeah, even I can't justify this one. Let's move on to Turbo Ranger kind of set. Wait, which one is this? Wait, which theme is this? Oh, too far. Okay, oh yes, 5-man. That's right, Chiku Sentai. 5-man.
Even though 2 of them are girls.
Yeah, this was one of the... I tried watching it, but it didn't quite... This is sadly kind of one of the lowest points of Sentai, because you notice they decided to go back to having Rangers have to share mechs. So we got Sky Alpha, you know, Beta Carrier, and Land... Gamma. Yeah, the Family Sentai. It was the first where they're all related. And they're also all teachers. Which sadly meant lots of child actors. But we get 5 Robo. I will give you that one interesting thing about 5 Robo is, this is the last of its kind. This was the last time we ever had a mecha like this. Everything moving forward, everyone gets their own Zord. There's no primary color. things that are just meant to turn into a robot. Yeah, I do say, one thing I do kind of like about 5-Man is the twist with the villain, that the main villain was actually the spaceship and it turned into a huge bug monster. That was pretty neat. What are some of the other stuff in 5-Man? Starcare, that's neat. But we'll worry about them another. Oh, look at this boy! That's a tall boy right there! Max Magma... Wait... Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the Magna base, because it kind of just looks like a giant pair of legs. But yeah, sadly, it's like many... Also, I don't know if I like that it's got guns permanently sticking out of its arms. You know, it's unique, but is it really that interesting? It really is kind of more the same. I don't know if it's bad, but, you know, everything here has been done before, and in some cases it's been done better. Oh, ad break. Well, that's maybe good. I think, what do y'all think, chat? Do you think it's a C or a D? Well, let's also try to think about how fun it would be. Oh, look at that! Oh, it does have a trailer mode. It does have a trailer mode. That's not too bad. You know what? Because of the trailer mode, which adds a little bit of playability, I'll let him chill out in C instead of D, just because, you know, that's a pretty neat little trailer, and you keep everything together. But yeah, other than that. But yeah, take a good look, chat, before the ads. This is the last time we'll be seeing anything like this, because... Why don't you like child actors? We'll talk about that after these... I'll tell you after these messages. We'll be right back with my answer. Just because. Alright. Let's go ahead and get to the next bit. Oh, wait, I left the recording on. And we are back. Now, to answer your questions, Hakaru, it's not actually child actors that bug me. It's more like the child characters in the older stuff. I know some people get bothered by how they act, because not a lot of little kids know how to act. Some of them do, as in all the ones in my family. But the reason I don't usually like child characters in these type of shows is they're written very badly. They're usually written to be bratty, whiny, disrespectful, and they usually to get in the way, and usually are not that enjoyable. A good way to explain it is they write them the way adults think kids are and not how they actually are. So a lot of the times, especially when I've been watching Denziman, there's been a lot of child characters that are just absolute brats. Yeah, I think it's just for the longest time they didn't know how to write child characters. They definitely didn't know how to do it in Die Ranger, where the White Ranger in that season, who was a little kid, or just a kid, not a little kid, well, let's just say he was trespassing multiple times on the Pink Ranger's sacred grounds, if you catch my drift. Yeah, something I hope Japan learned at some point, but kids being perverted is not funny. It has never been funny, and it never will be funny. And it's not something we should ever encourage kids to do. But yeah, 5-Man didn't actually do that good. It was more of because of Turbo Ranger, but Sentai was actually close to cancellation. But then 5 Heroes stepped up to prolong the cancellation, that being Chojin Sentai Gentleman. Yeah, pretty beloved Sentai. It's a little too dark for my taste, but this was a pretty important Sentai show. One thing, yeah, the Burb heroes. But yeah, we are now back to everyone getting their own individual Zord. No sharing, no non-Red Rangers having to share Zords. No, everyone gets their own special jet. Which we have Jet Hawk, Jet Condor, Jet Owl, and that does not look like an owl. Jet Swan, kind of cute, and Jet Swallow. I quite like the Blue Ranger from that show. She was fun. Yeah, rip Black Condor. Yeah, for whatever reason they decided to kill off the Black Ranger in the last episode. But yeah, they all these beautiful jets merge into Jet-Icarus. I will say, I do appreciate using a unique name. I feel like some of them get a little boring after a while, name-wise. But yeah, he's kind of boxy. So yeah, this is the most aerodynamic box you will ever see. But yeah, the interesting thing about Jetman, that's actually what inspired the creation of Power Rangers, because Haim Saban actually, I think, had seen Jetman, or no, maybe it was Bioman, but Jetman was actually one of the things he used to persuade Toei to let him make Power Rangers. And he did it by literally singing the theme song out loud in a restaurant they were discussing at. So yeah, even though I'm not a fan of Jetman, it's a little too tragic for my taste. It did some important stuff for Sentai, and also they have a jet mode. Yeah, they can turn into Icarus Harkin, and I gotta say that's a pretty clean looking jet. But yeah, Jetman was a really popular show, specifically because of the love triangle going on between red, pink, and black. And, yeah, that got a lot of people interested. The way they killed off Black was really stupid, though. But yeah, what y'all think of Jet-Icarus? Big burb. Yeah. It's not even... I like the jet mode. I will say the colors are looking pretty nice. I do like it when all the colors are representative. Granted, we're not seeing much pink. Oh, wait, no, it was white, not pink. So, yeah, I guess all the colors are kind of here. Oh, yeah, and I think they had a later mech join them called, Bard Garuda. And... Oh, wait, come back. Wait, go back. We're not done with talking about Jetman. Okay, where was we? Oh, yeah, this was also, I think, they had a pretty... This is actually, in a way... a prototype 6th Ranger Zord. Yeah, we haven't gotten a 6th Ranger yet, but we are still... But yeah, Garuda's pretty neat. I like that it has a bird head when it's in robot mode. And for those who don't know, Garuda, it's a big bird. It's a big bird. Big Tetra Boy turns into a gun, but great Icarus. Oh, that's not too bad. Oh, that's cool. Glad I found this website. But yeah, what y'all think of Jet-Icarus? In a way, Jet-Icarus is kind of the prototype of what we would start seeing in Megazord design, because once we, we're starting to see a lot more color. We're seeing a lot more individual stuff. Birdman. I don't really like the boxiness, though. It feels a bit weird for a season that's about flying. So I kind of want to dock a few points. And of course, Sword and Shield again. Still, I feel like we should give Jet-Icarus some props, and it's still somewhat appealing, The golden bird logo is pretty nice. What are y'all thinking, Chad? Where shall we put Jet-Icarus? I'm kind of thinking B. Is it because... Yeah, Sorry, I'm so finicky. Yeah, I think C might be a better choice. The transformation's cool, but I think the boxiness really hurts it. Combinations do help, but we're not counting combinations right now, and we should also consider how fun the toy is, and I don't know, I feel like some of these are definitely not as cool as they could be. Like, does anyone think owl when you see this thing? Yeah, they are kind of just flying body parts, so I think C is a pretty fair amount, but now chat, we close the book on all the early Sentai Zords because it's you know what time it is, chat? Yep. It's Zoo Ranger, Koryu Sentai Zoo Ranger, or what's better known as the season that would become Power Rangers. Yeah, I'm definitely not playing the Power Ranger theme. That is totally getting copyrighted. But this is when I think they finally figured it out. Because we got dinosaurs! And 2 mammals, but dinosaurs, and they create one of the greatest mecha known to man. That being Daizujin! Better known as the Megazord! The OG of the OG! Yeah, this was also the first Sentai with a 6th Ranger. But there he is, chat. One of the most famous mecha in all of existence. Daizujin, the Megazord! Now, they really pulled out all the stuff. Just look at this dude, chat. Look at him. I mean, when you think Megazord, this is who you think of. Well, let's go over all his components, because, goodness, when they said they were making dinosaurs, they committed. It doesn't make too much sense that they're all robotic, but it works in Power Rangers. But we get the Tyrannosaurus! A pretty epic dude. Good enough to fight on his own. We get the Mammoth! Yeah, Zhu Mammoth, later renamed to Mastodon. Same thing. Even though this and the tiger don't really make sense, it's close enough, and pretty neat. Got the Triceratops, which, he's cool. Nice tank. Tiger, kind of doing the same thing. Pterodactyl. Unfortunately, this was kind of the start. Back then, the Pink Rangers usually get the short end of the stick, unfortunately. But yeah, and then there's their 6th Ranger buddy, Dragon Caesar, better known as the Dragonzord, which I need to get. And of course, they also have this is also the first season with a final Zord, the Gigazord, or Ultrazord, I should say. That being Titanus, known over in Japan as King Brachion. But yeah, what was also unique? It had a tank mode. Yeah, and it's a pretty cool tank mode. A little silly, but it works. I don't know why this is in the mythical dinosaur theme, but everything here was perfect for Power Rangers. And just look at this, chat. This is way different than than the Megazords we've seen so far. For one thing, the head is a lot more powerful and imposing. Do I need to reset the music? I'm gonna move the track back a bit, so. But yeah, the Megazord just is cool, and I think it uses all its components pretty smartly with the transformation, I would say it can be a little lazy to just have them become legs, but I think it works here. And, we also got the Mastodon head arms working quite good. And, even though Pterodactyl's just a chess piece, works, and, Tyranno's doing most. But I love this thing. It's such a perfect Megazord. And it's really fun because I have the original toy. I probably should have set up the webcam, but I have experience playing with this. I tracked down the pieces on eBay. He's not complete. He's missing the sword, the cannons on the back, and all the weapons for the Triceratops, but I'm working on it. But yeah, I mean, this guy, he was also partially inspired by Voltron, or Golion. Also, we get our 6th Ranger combinations, as well as our very first Ultrazord. You know, I mean, what's more powerful than a giant robot riding a dinosaur tank? But yeah, even just putting aside its cultural and historical relevance, it's a great design. I think it stands out. Like it's got a great silhouette, you know. And by silhouette, I mean if you made it all black, like a shadow, you could still tell who it is. That's a sign of a good silhouette. But yeah, I think there's absolutely no debate on this. He's S rank. But yeah, as the music plays out, y'all have any thoughts on the Megazord, chat? But yeah, I definitely our first S rank. But yeah, this is when Sentai Mech design gets great. This is when it gets good and really awesome, and just about everything is going to be pretty high ranked. It wasn't used much because it gave the suit actor back pain. Oh, well that's good to know. But yeah, they kind of kept the bangers going with the Megazords, because we now move on to Gosei Sentai Dai Ranger, which was Chinese Kung Fu themed. Yeah, and we got some pretty cool components for everything. The Red Ranger gets a dragon. Hiya! Yeah, this thing is awesome. And yeah, mythical Q-Beast, Ryuseo, and also the dragon transforms into its own robot. Oh, yellow drinks too much? Good to know. Yeah, I watched a bit of it. But we had some interesting stuff, especially because when this was adapted in the Power Rangers, these were all actually made as new forms for the Dino Megazord, and it kind of works. It's pretty believable. We got the lion, or Star Shisha, or a Shishi, based off a Shisha. You know those lions that you always see next to Chinese buildings. We got Tenma. I want to say that this was a Yeah, I think I think this is either a Pegasus or a unicorn. But yeah, it's one of those. You know, you can definitely tell these two are like Star Beast or Beastar Quillin. Now, Power Rangers tried to say this was a griffin. This is in fact not a griffin in the slightest. This is a Quillin, also known as a Kirin, a giraffe. Well, not exactly a giraffe, but pretty close. A Kirin or Quillin, it's essentially a horse with a dragon head, but yeah, it has the same name as giraffe, and you know, you get Ho-Oh, you get Little Phoenix, pretty nice, and they all combine. Well, for one thing, they have this carrier mode of sorts. It's all right. Well, yeah, they all combine into the mighty Daireno. But yeah, very similar to the Megazord, but it actually works to its benefit because, you know, it does feel like an evolution or a new version. I think specifically because the green Shisha has a lot of black on it, so. But you know, pretty cool design, and no shield this time, but we still got the sword, but it's a different type of sword. You know, it's pretty cool. It's definitely not one of my favorites, but I think it's a pretty iconic Megazord. Yeah, and also I'll have to start bringing up the American names if I remember them. That being the Thunder Megazord, I want to say. we got a few other ones in that season, like the Tiger. Again, we'll save these more if I do a 6th Ranger list. There was also a big turtle for some reason. Daimugen. pretty neat. And they're not listing him here, but Serpentera should be here. I will say, and then they got this big combination. And I do like this Ultrazord because the Creep Kid, yeah, the Tigers are better. But I like this combination because the way it finishes off the monster, it goes into the sky using the staff as a propeller. Essentially, it goes, and then splat. Literally just splats on the monster. Yeah, boom. But back to Dyreno, I think it's a good design, you know. Everything looks neat and clean. Everything, I feel like, is pretty properly... I will say it's a little unfortunate that the, Pink Ranger essentially becomes a skirt. Which, don't think about that too much. It's got a holder for its sword. But yeah, I quite like the, I like the gems. And, hey, go back, we're not... Wait, we're not done. But, yeah, it's going to be a little harder to not move forward. Oh, shoot, what did I do? Wait, go back. Okay, got it. But how do we rank this, chat? I said, you know, since it's not quite my favorite, but it is really, really good, I think it's worthy of A. What do y'all think, chat? Do y'all think it's an A or an S? A? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do it just because it is kind of mimicking this, which works in some cases, but, you know, and again, I kind of want to reserve S for some of my favorites. But yeah, a little hard to get the toy of, because lots of bits and pieces. Funny enough, I actually did have a piece of this back in the day. I had one of the arms, and I couldn't figure out what it was. I thought it was a McDonald's toy, because, you know, they, in the American version, changed some of it, got rid of the green and put Thunderbolts on it that looked like a big old Cheeto. But yeah, now we have a pretty interesting one. One season I should really go back to watching. Ooh. We have Ninja Sentai Kaku Ranger. Or Kaku Ranger, ninja. Yeah, this was our first ninja-themed season, and, first of many. And, they did something a bit different. For one thing, they all had humanoid Megazords. By that, I mean pretty much all of them got what were essentially robots that were part of a building. Well, they had a 30th anniversary special. Yeah, I heard of that. And I heard one of them threw off their back after morphing. But yeah, our components, we got the red Sorada, got the monkey, white Kark, blue Logan, oh my, yellow Kumard, and black Gamma. But we essentially got a monkey, crane, wolf, bear, and frog. And then they had these other ones, which were essentially them without their armor. I don't like how they pulled him out of nowhere, but I will say I actually have the white Battleborg, and I quite like her. I've been trying to draw her. Yeah, one of them is a frog. But yeah, those all become the Invincible Shogun, aka Muteki Shogun. And yeah, we got a big boy here. Yeah, we got a big old Megazord here. He's essentially a Japanese castle that's turned into a robot. And, what can I say, Chad? Look at this dude. Bit on the blocky side, but I think he wears it wonderfully. And, sword again, but this sword's pretty unique because it looks like one of the gargoyles, kind of, you know, like from Mega Man. And the sword catches on fire! It literally lights its sword on fire when it finishes the monster. But yeah, I'm quite liking Dai Shogun. It's pretty good. We're gonna have a lot of bangers for a while. You know, a little bit of asymmetry with a lot of logos, but enough symmetry to keep it all looking good. So I'm not sure where I want, but I will give a quick shout out because I actually changed which Megazord we get in the Power Rangers, because this came later as the Shogun Megazord, and we got this thing, the Ninja Zord, first. Not gonna rank it this time because of how it's different, but it's a pretty epic Megazord. And there's the frog. But yeah, Kaku Ranger had some neat stuff. A little hard to track, but yeah, pretty cool variety of toys. And we also got Ninja Man, also known as Ninja in Power Rangers. One thing I don't like about the individual Zords, their legs are stuck together, so that does make them a little hard to play with. But hey, this is a pretty cool combination. And I feel like it does stand out. The blue face is kind of neat. Weirdly enough, the American version did something a little different, whereas I'm gonna rewind it a little. So you see this white one here? It's not white in the American toy. It's pink because they, needed to keep the color scheme consistent. So yeah, there actually exists a Power Ranger pink version of this arm. So yeah, there's a reason this dude was on I want to say Ranger Tube's top 10 Megazords to get from Japan. But yeah, he's quite big and powerful, and I think he works well in both versions. The Shogun Megazord, Muteki Shogun, very awesome. Not sure. I'm not sure if he's S material. What do y'all think, chat? I'm thinking either A or B. What? Yeah, there exists a pink version of the arm. Well, I will say, it is a little limited in what it can do. Yeah, I think I'm going to give it B just because of how the arms aren't quite as interesting. It's a pretty cool Megazord. And it can even combine with the Falcon later. I actually do have this toy here, the Ninja Falcon Zord. Sadly, it's the one with the electronics removed, and it's also gotten very sun-faded. But now we'll move into a bit of a dark time for Sentai, that being Choriki Sentai Orange! The one that was, for some reason, ancient civilization themed. Sort of like Goggle 5, but more so. Better known over here as Power Rangers Zeo. Ole! Yeah, they also said Ole in the show a lot for some reason. Well, we got some interesting stuff here. We got Sky Phoenix. Neat nice little bird. Got a bull. Got Tauros. I'm trying. Also, feel free to clue me on which civilization these are meant to represent. Got Leon, who's essentially the Sphinx. And then we got the girls got some weird Zords. We got the Dogu Lander. Dogu being those squinty-eyed statues. And Moa Loda. For those who don't know, a Moa is an Easter Island head. You know what? Kind of funny thing I once saw a reviewer point out is these two are essentially giant Daleks. Those, the evil robots from Doctor Who that go, exterminate! I mean, just look at this. Is a Dalek! This is literally a giant Dalek with a bit of an Easter Island head. But yeah, all together, we get Old Ranger Robo. But yeah, pretty neat design. Definitely stands out. I like the use of gold and blue on this thing. Also, this has a bit of an interesting gimmick. Is he can change his hat. Yeah, each of the Zords come with a helmet that you can use to swap out to give them a different power. They do look a little, strange. The red one's kind of the only one that pulls it off. It gives it the sword, I believe. And I was going to dock points because I thought the girl Zords didn't transform, but they actually do. You know, other than taking off the hat, you also fold away the guns. So it's pretty neat. Do they show the... They have a tank mode? I don't think they show it. But yeah, I don't think I can go into the whole toy line right now, because otherwise we're gonna be here till like 12. Had one of the biggest swords though, King Pyramidus, or just Pyramidus. Let's just focus on the main one for now. But what y'all thinking, chat? And I will say it is a little unfortunate where the bowl ends up. Kind of ends up in the bowl, if you know what I mean. Oh, it's got a little... Ooh, it's got... Oh, look at this! It's got a bit... Oh, because of the transformation act with the Sphinx, it actually has a bit of elbow articulation. Ooh. Oh, yeah, I think I like him. And plus, you get a lot of stuff to play with if you get the toy line. Bit of a pain... Though, make sure you get the... Though I would recommend getting the Sentai version because, it's got better gold. And also... the chain, it has the chains for the chariot mode rather than string. But I think we got another banger. Let's, I say we put him into A. What y'all think, Chad? You think it's an A? I think it's an A rank, because, I don't know. Am I being too generous, chat? I don't know. I need your help, chat. What do you think? Do you think it's an A or a B? Oh, wait, come back, music. Oh. But what do y'all think? A or B? B, yeah. Let me think, because... Yeah, let's try to save A for the really extraordinary heavy hitters. I think I'm going to keep Daidenzi there just because of its... Just how funny it is to watch it fight. Funny, it was also piloted by a dog at one point. Yeah, at one point when all the Rangers were fighting on the ground, their mentor, the robot dog... And by robot dog, I mean... The actor was a live-action dog who was like a cyborg that sometimes talked. Yeah, he piloted it. He's actually the one that pulled off the reverse rock storm. But yeah, O-Ranger was a bit of a dark time for Sentai. You see, chat, they wanted to be a lot more serious and dark. Yeah, puppy, yeah. It's actually a pretty old dog. They actually had to switch out the dog mid-season because the first one sadly passed away. But, you know, he was a good boy. But you see, O-Ranger was a bit of a dark time because they wanted to do a darker, more serious Sentai, but then real life got in the way. There was I want to say it was a terrorist attack. Actually, I better watch my word. There was a terrifying person attack. And, well, that scared a lot of people in Japan, so they had to change a lot of the stuff in the series, and it didn't go well. There was a lot of tonal whiplash. So, they had to do something a bit drastic, and I think Sentai was also struggling a bit. I think the main reason Sentai was sticking around was because of Power Rangers. Yeah, curse you, real-life event. So they decided to make the next season a lot sillier. Specifically, it was made to be a parody of the other car season. That being Gekiso Sentai Car Ranger! Yeah, this was made to be a parody of Turbo Ranger. They essentially took all the silly stuff about Turbo Ranger and they just went with it. So Car Ranger's a pretty fun show. I kind of want to collect some stuff from it at some point. But yeah, we get cars that use the power of car magic from the ancient car constellations. Yep. But yeah, our components, we have, wait. Oh, red. They're all just called red, blue vehicle. Okay. They gave them better names than Power Rangers. Oh, okay, yeah, this was in... I'll call them by their Power Ranger names. We have Red Lightning. Pretty nice, fancy car. We got Mountain Blaster. Nice pickup truck. You know, pretty nice. Pretty cool looking. We have Desert Thunder. Oh, poor Adam. Because Adam was the Black and Green Ranger at the time. When it was the ninjas, he gets a frog. He gets a gosh dang frog. And then when they get the new powerful car powers, he gets a minivan. Yeah, quite funny. And also we got what's this one? Dune Star. Pretty cool. And yeah, we have Wind Chaser. Yeah, I'm glad they gave them extra names. Kind of lame that they're just all called Yellow Vehicle, Pink Vehicle. Yeah, a few others. They had a police car, Six Ranger. I kind of want to get this thing, the Arteletron, at some point. It's kind of cool. We'll save these Transformers for another time. But yeah, after a Rip Yellow Racer. Yeah, sadly, the Yellow Racer's actor passed away a while ago. Quite sad. She seemed fun. She was a cool mechanic. But yeah, after an intense racing combination, we get RV Robo, also known as Turbo Megazord. And it's pretty neat. I will say the transformation is really awesome. They essentially combine while driving. They all drive into each other. And then once they're all driving together, they slam down the brakes and he stands up. And, oh wait, is the music over already? Wait, go back! I wasn't done yet! Where was I? Anyone still there? Y'all watching? You good? Okay. Yeah, curfew cancer. Yeah, it's really sad. But yeah, we have a RV Robo. Pretty neat little guy. Definitely a different... we're definitely getting more different. And in a way, it's kind of doing what the Turbo Robo did, but actually good. For one thing, you know, we actually have a little bit of transformation with yellow and green. You know, blue, you know, everything fits together in a pretty unique, interesting way. We are going to see a good few white ones just become arms. Actually, never mind. I think that was only a case here. Got a nice looking sword, and the tire shield's a nice touch. Yeah, I know. And, yeah, they got a bit of chrome. Looking cool. And, the finisher's actually pretty unique. Instead of just doing the slash, they literally spin around like a tornado. And, yeah, Car Ranger, I think, really did help keep Sentai alive because, you know, people really needed laughter and smiles during that dark time. And, the silliness of that show did just that. But yeah, it's pretty cool, and toy's pretty fun as well. I will say, it didn't work that well in Power Rangers, unfortunately, because, you know, you go from all these robot animals to cars. Doesn't quite work as well. Oh, S-Rank? Really? I don't know if I want to go that far, but let me think. I mean, it does do some neat stuff. I don't think I want to do S-Rank. Also, I think this one's actually missing some of its headlights. But I do think it's absolutely I think it's worthy of A, because... Well, let's look at it. That does the silhouette pretty well. And I gotta say, I think it works well for just the fact that it does what the first Turbo was trying to do. You know, the proportions are correct. And, you know, cars are fun. Plus, you could actually... I believe you could store them inside the trailer. It doesn't work too well. Also, I think they might not be too hard to find on eBay. It's mostly just the accessory. But yeah, sorry about the disagreement, Chad. I don't know if it's S-Rank, but... or would it be B? Nah, I think just due to the fact that it does what F was trying to do, I think A is fair. What do y'all think, chat? But yeah, VRV robot, that's a cool one. We'll save that for another day. I don't know. Is it a... I don't know. I can't decide, Chad. Is it more of an A or a B? You know, let's keep it an A just because it did what this thing failed to do, and I think it's worth keeping where it is. But now we move on to a very, very unique Megazord. One that's never really been attempted again, and is pretty iconic. Even it was also one of, and that being the Megazord of Denji Sentai Mega Ranger. Yeah, this was we kind of go back to two components, but this is a bit more unique. For we have here the Mega Ship, also known as the Astro Mega Ship. Yeah, picture's a low damage, but this is a pretty cool spaceship. Yeah, it was a high school Sentai. It was pretty good from what I saw. I kind of prefer Power Rangers in space. I think it did a lot better. But yeah, but in order to combine, this little thing comes out of the spaceship, the Mega Shuttle, Astro Mega Shuttle. And they combine into probably one of the more iconic Megazords. We have Galaxy Mega, better known as the Astro Megazord. Now, this was, in Power Rangers, one of the first time the main Megazords was, you know, just one Zord, essentially. But it actually did it pretty good. Even though it's only one color, just look at it! Yeah, it was supposed to be a Sentai based on video games, yeah. I think it was more based on just technology in general. Yeah, it was pretty fun. But yeah, In Space is a pretty legendary season, and this dude's one of the reasons. I mean, it's a proper Transformer, and I think at the time a lot of Transformer fans were kind of going through a bit of a drought. I don't know if this was when Beast Wars was going on, but I think they didn't have stuff like this. And the ship itself is pretty cool, especially in Power Rangers, because it was their base. They lived on this thing, so seeing it combine into this, essentially do the headmaster gimmick, pretty awesome. Yeah, 3, 5. Yeah. But yeah, he's pretty awesome. I'm definitely thinking A or S, but we also got some neat combinations, notably with the Delta Megazord. A little off-putting, nice spaceship, but you know, that's a pretty cool combination, you gotta admit. It's got Rocket Fist. But yeah, we'll go over Mega Voyager another time. But yeah, and also Galaxy Mega was the only one when Hasbro was doing the Zord extension project, which was essentially trying to do high-end, oversized, big, expensive Zords, which sadly had a lot of QC issues. But they actually did a toy of this, which was huge, expensive, and also prone to breaking. Yeah, it's a pretty cool one. And also it had, I think it had a blaster. You know, sword, still a little uncreative, but the sword's at least a little sci-fi-y, but yeah. Let's rank this guy. What do y'all think, Chad? I'm thinking either A or S. I'm not sure. Where do y'all think, Chad? A or S? Because I feel like... I do love quite like the color scheme. Did have light... You know, that's a good point, Chad. I think because of how well... And also, I guess, like, this thing showed up in multiple seasons. It showed up in Lost Galaxy, and even in the final Power Ranger season brief. I think S is pretty fitting, just because of how iconic this thing is. It's also really well designed. There's no notable kibble. Everything looks together pretty well, and it's all great. Oh, I should probably explain that to some of you people who maybe not as versed in toys, what kibble is. Kibble is essentially leftover bits from a transformation. I don't know if there's any examples here, but let's say there's a transformer and then it just has like a truck hanging off its rear or something, or there's just car bits attached to its shoulder. Yeah, Kibble can be quite a problem, and anything. That's one thing that a lot of the early mecha had some charm with is, you know, not dog kibble, no, but it's just as nasty as dog kibble sometimes. But yeah, kibble is essentially parts from a transformation that you don't want to be there and just make it look ugly. Something we might see as we get to the newer stuff. But now we get to Megazord, which I think is a little on the divisive side. From, I think one of the last Sentais to use man in its title. No, not that one. Which is Seiju Sentai Gingaman, or as better known in Power Rangers as Power Rangers Lost Galaxy. But yeah, it was semi-space themed, but not really. It was more nature themed, and the stuff just happened to be from space. But yeah, we're going to start getting a lot more cool individual Zords, such as Gengaleo. Pretty nice. But I will say, this is actually a good example of kibble right here. Is that we got a peg just sticking out for, for the Megazord. Now, maybe that's not supposed to be there. Maybe they mistransformed it. But something like that is an example of kibble. I do like Ginga... What is this? Ginga... Econ? Better known as the Condor Galactabeast. Yeah, we got a monkey. We got Gorilla Galactazord. He's a bit of a chunky monkey. And you're pretty nice. And we also got, what is a Varric? Okay, I think this is another time the Gingaman didn't trust Gokaiger because of the villain they fought. Oh yeah. Interesting thing about Gingaman is the villain was a pirate. I think it was like Captain Zahab, I want to say. He did appear in Lost Galaxy, but he wasn't the main villain. I do kind of like the... Yeah, arg! But, yeah. I think this is a Varric, which I think is like a fox in the Japanese, but they changed it to a wolf in America. And we got... Gingat! Or the Wildcat. And they all merged together to create... Galaxy Beast Warrior Gingaio! Yeah, or the Galaxy Megazord. Yeah, I've seen a bit of Gingaman. It was alright. I like Lost Galaxy much more. But yeah, he's alright. I will say, a little too much. I don't know. Might be more like not enough. I mean, for one thing, we do have the small problem of the green being completely left out. He's essentially hips and a backpack, which does kind of hurt the color scheme a bit. It does feel a little bad to not have that green in there. Let me back it up a bit. And I know a lot of people don't like this Megazord. They say it looks like a grandpa. Also, there is a few problems toy-wise. Those fists, yeah, they're stored inside of the monkey. Which means, if you're getting this secondhand, good luck finding the fist. Same with the horns. It has some... Also, sadly, this show doesn't have any... It doesn't have any combinations, which is pretty disappointing. That might be something we need to judge at this point, is if they can combine with other Zords. This one cannot. It does sort of get an upgrade, as in when it gets the Lights of Orion, which, looks a little better. It's a pain to get these because they only appeared in an exclusive Japanese set, so if you're a Power Ranger fan, too bad, you ain't getting them. I've actually heard some people have 3D printed these parts. Oh dear, time for an ad. I'll snooze so we can wrap up this part. I will say it is one cool thing is it doesn't just have a sword. It can also use the condor as a gun. You can just shoot the monster. You know, it's got a nice Megazord color scheme. I'm kind of thinking maybe either C or D. You know, it works for... I think it works better for Ginga Man being kind of like a fantasy forest man. I don't know. I'm trying to think, is it bad? You know, actually... I think I am going to boot it down to D just because of how much parts forming you have to do. Because, you know, if you lose those horns or those fists, too bad, you can't have a Megazord. Like, it's not bad, but I guess it's not great either. Yeah, let's go with D. The other ones are... Let's briefly look over the other ones real quick. You know, the Defender Torozord. Kind of neat. A bit of a shame, you see, with the American version, is they had to get rid of the Torozord's tail because, well, it's around here, and they didn't want little boys acting like teenagers, if you get my drift. I do kind of like these other combinations, the Centaurus and Stratoforce. I kind of want to get them at some point, even though this part doesn't transform. They were essentially, so that happens. But these were kind of neat. They were essentially a Phoenix and a Rhino, but they were captured by the villain in the past and chopped up and mechanized. So yeah, these are essentially all evil robot beast. And I quite like the idea of them, because they did turn good later. And you can find a lot of these parts online. Do be warned, I did hear that certain parts of the Stratoforce Megazord are very fragile. Also, there's the annoyance that the helmets are separate pieces. They don't have it here. Or do they? Do they not have a picture of the Zenith Carrier? Why not? Or Gigabytus, who's essentially a giant whale shark. I actually have him. It's pretty cool. But another thing about Gigabytus, even though he's not here... actually, let me see if I can look him up real quick. Let me try Googling it. To see if I can find a picture of him. Because... Oh yeah, there's Zenith Carrier, also known as Gigabytus. I actually have the toy, and it's pretty fun. It does have miniature versions of the Zords, so it sadly can't store the Charizords, but I just wanted to bring him up because he's actually the last of his kind. After this, they stopped doing that. He was the last time they ever did a Carrier Zord. At least in this style of essentially being a big whale. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that up real quick. But yeah, let's move on. Whew, we're gonna. I thought this might take a while, chat, because a lot of these Zords are. They're definitely worth talking about because of how cool they are. Oh, we actually got an interesting one next. We got probably one of the only Zords that could be almost classified as a real robot. You know, other than the fact that it pulls out its sword. But yeah, we move on to QQ Sentai Go-Go 5! The better known as Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue! But yeah, this was an interesting one, especially for Power Rangers. Yeah, they're all related again, and they all have rescue professions. So yeah, we got Red Ladder, also known as Pyro Rescue 1, which is a pain to get online. We got a Fire Truck. We got a Blue Thrower, Aqua Rescue 2. Pretty neat. If you do look for it online, do try to find these parts. Oh, okay, I'll snooze one more time. But we have to take an ad break after this part. And we got the hover, Aero Rescue 3, sort of a flight vehicle. You can actually spin these little parts here, pretty neat. Yellow Armor, who's also known as Haz Rescue 1. Pretty neat, it's essentially a hazard removal vehicle. It's got a claw in the back. And Pink Aider, also known as Med Rescue 5. But yeah, all of these... but yeah, all of these three... well, three of them turn into this! Yeah, you can have a walking pair of pants. Yeah, you can just have this walking around as the incomplete form. It shoots water, but right up here. Don't be gross, chat. But yeah, once the green picks up the red, they combine into the Lightspeed Megazord, better known as Victory Robo. And he's a pretty cool one. It does have a bit of the Ginga Man problem where green is kind of invisible now. But I think it works it off, pulls it off pretty well. Plus, toy-wise, it was family versus family. Yeah, it was family of siblings and their neglectful father versus family of demons and their abusive mother. But yeah, Victory Robo's pretty cool. He can extend his arms to punch people, and the way he transforms is pretty realistic. Like the green has to essentially lift everyone into place. And he's pretty cool. And I like that he's got a visor with light-up eyes. I don't think the toy lights up. And, Sword's alright. But it's not the best Megazord from the show, but it's pretty neat. Maybe a C or a B. You know? But granted, it's a bit overshadowed by its big brother, the Grand Liner Super Train Megazord, which I actually did complete recently. I managed to track down all these guys' components. You know how big this is? This fits inside of it. So yeah, each of the individual components, they all go inside one of the trains. Yeah, so I got all the trains now. Red and blue are missing those yellow parts, but I don't care. And yellow needs a new ramp. And stickers. But it's really cool. I really need to track down this Megazord at some point. Oh, wait, go back. We're not ready for Gal Ranger. Go back. Sorry. But yeah, that's a pretty neat one. A bit dwarfed by the later Megazord. Has a nice combination with Liner Boy. But except it does that stupid thing I hate where the legs are stuck together. This thing also had a bit of a weird recolor. So, at the very end of the show, when the super demons were causing problems, they pulled out this thing. The black version of, it was Max Victory Robo, better known as the Life Force Megazord, where they were essentially powering it with their very soul and life. Yeah, it was kind of a Deus Ex Machina, came out of nowhere in the final. I think Lightspeed Rescue does a better final, where instead of the villain's soul being sent into the atmosphere to be disintegrated, literally got in the Power Rangers, she literally gets thrown back down to the underworld and dragged down by her minions to be beat up for all eternity. Yeah, that's another case where I like the Power Rangers season much more than Lightspeed Rescue, or no, than the Sentai Go-Go 5. Well, for one thing, Lightspeed Rescue doesn't have a father who abandoned his kids for a decade. Though, funny enough, they never forgave him. They were pretty mad even when he was like, "I've returned, we must save the world." And they were like, "You abandoned us for a decade! What is wrong with you?" But yeah, let's get back to Megazords. But yeah, it's a good one. I don't know if it's like one of the best ever. If Super Train was on here, that would change the story, but oh boy. I'm a little nervous. We're getting into the golden age of Sentai Zords. I think he's worth a B. What do y'all think, Chad? You think he's worth a B? I don't think he's worth A simply because green gets hidden so well. So, yeah, B sounds good. But yeah, we're gonna take a quick break, so the ads can play and my throat doesn't collapse. But yeah, here's how the list is looking so far. Not sure anything I want to change. I'm a little tempted to move 5 Robo down. But I don't know. If you have any suggestions, let me know. But yeah, after this next era, we pretty much have a golden age of Megazords, and we're gonna be some of the most iconic and well-designed. So stay tuned, everyone. It's about to get really, really good. So yeah, after these messages, we'll be right back. Alright, we are back. Alright, are we back, chat? Everyone good? Are we there? Everyone here? Alright, yeah, so, alright, let's continue. We got a bit of an interesting Megazord next. From a pretty popular Sentai series, well, a pretty popular Power Ranger show. The Sentais, didn't do quite as well. For that being Mirai Sentai Time Ranger, better known as Power Rangers Time Force. Yeah, these Rangers were from the future, so they had very futuristic Zords. Yeah, we got all the different time flyers here. Yeah, pretty simple, futuristic jets. Nice to have a splash of color, but what was unique about this particular Megazord is it had 2 modes, or 3 modes actually, that being Time Robo Beta, Time Robo Alpha, and Time Robo Gamma. 4 were from the year 3000. Yep. But yeah, and here we have Time Robo, which I think might have actually been the first Megazord I ever saw, because I think Time Force was the first Power Rangers I ever caught a glimpse of. Back before I even lived here. Excuse me. But yeah, what's unique about this one is it has multiple modes. It could also do the beta, which it's something. It's got big old shoulders, but we're not focusing on it. It could also turn into a jet, which that's pretty fun. Sort of a callback to Jetman. But I quite like Time Robo Alpha. The shield's a little obnoxious. It's kind of make it a little hard to see. But, you know, it looks pretty good and clean. Sort of a shame all the colors kind of disappear, but it does it in a neat way. And, you know, I think it has a very protagonist look to it. That was a little weird. You know, toy-wise, it seems pretty cool how you can combine them, and, you know, it's got a combination with the Shadow Megazord. It's alright. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Q-Rex, we'll save that for another list. One neat feature is all of the cockpits on that thing, you could actually store little Ranger figures in them. They were a pain to get in America, but I think he's a pretty cool. And also the sword does a really cool thing where it sort of ticks like clock arms. And I will say it is a really satisfying finisher. Oh yeah, 6 Ranger was also red. The Quantum Ranger, also known as Time Fire. But yeah, it's quite awesome, and the theme ended. But yeah, I don't know if I have much else to say. I think he's pretty good. Even though this Zord sold pretty badly for a lot of people, I think it's just the gray and the kind of abstract spaceships just didn't do it for kids. But I really like how it all comes together, and all the mode changes, I think, makes it a lot more fun, so... I think it's worthy of A. What do y'all think, chat? You think A is a good rank? It's just a spiky arrow on Time Fire. Yeah. Yeah, but Time Fire's cool. He's got a nice gun. Yeah, I think A works. But now we move on to another very iconic Megazord. One that did some pretty big stuff for Sentai. That being the, I want to say 25th anniversary, Hyaku Sentai Gyao Ranger! Because this was our first season that had auxiliary Zords, which were essentially Zords that were more like power-ups, but it could also form their own little Megazord. But we'll only focus on the main one for today. And the main component being the iconic Red Lion, or Gao Lion. Red Lion Wild Zord. Oh, the singer of Gao Ranger was awesome. Yeah, he put in a lot of effort. But yeah, I quite like Wild Force. That was the second season Power Ranger show I ever watched. Only one episode. Pretty good variety of animals we got. A red lion. We got the Gao Eagle, yellow eagle, a blue shark. I think this actually might have... Now that I think about this, might have been one of our first Shark Zords. Unless you count Gigabytus. Got Bison Wild Zord. Nice bowl. And Gao Tiger looking pretty stylish. And yeah, a few other extra ones y'all can see there. We'll save them for another list. Yeah, I do like Wild Cow. I guess the bison is a cow, technically. I didn't think of it that way. You know, it's almost pretty great season, Wild Force. You know, excluding this monster and his components. I mean, it's a cool design, but if you know who this formation really is, then you know how bad of a character he is. Kind of goes back to why I don't like child characters in a lot of these shows. But yeah, these all form into Gao King, better known as the Wild Force Megazord. Pretty iconic. It actually showed up in Gozuger a while ago. Pretty cool Megazord, you know. I like how it's got a bit of a crown around its head. Also, a neat thing about the those shoulder pieces. I think in the Power Ranger version, they actually changed them into printed pieces instead of stickers. But yeah, what do y'all think of it? It's kind of doing a similar, you know, one piece becomes the legs and the arms and everything else in between. I think it's pretty cool. I think what makes it cool is all its combinations. It does kind of begin the era of arm swapping. That's how a lot of auxiliary Zords are. They just swap the arms. Or in this case, legs. Oh, love the Pretazord. Great one. But yeah, quite a few combinations for this critter. Does a lot of cool stuff. Can even turn into a centaur. The villain in Wild Force had to be put down, even Peaceful Ranger said so. Yeah, Master Org, he's definitely probably one of the eviler characters. You know, definitely comes across as someone who threw away his humanity. But yeah, that was pretty epic final. Kind of mad. I do wonder kind of funny how this season was called Hyaku Sentai, which, you know, Hyaku is the Japanese word for 100. So I think there's supposed to be about 100 of these creatures running around. Evil even before the series. Yeah, jealous envy is quite a dangerous sin. Pity they never just talked it out. Anyways, what do y'all think of Gao King? I do appreciate the name Gao King. Yeah, even though it's pretty iconic, I don't know if it's one of my favorites. I think that he was too far gone. Yeah. Yeah, it is pretty epic. It sort of has a sword. By that I mean it uses the shark tail. But you can also put him up, you know. You'd have all its head shoot laser beams. I'm not sure. I don't know, I'm kind of mixed on it. I can't tell if I like it or not. I definitely don't dislike it. I think, I'm thinking either B or A. What do y'all think, chat? Because it's good, definitely good design. Let's go with B, just because I don't know if it's as perfect as some of the other stuff. But from this point on, chat, we have entered the golden age of Megazords. Pretty much everything after this point, at least for a while, are going to be absolute bangers. Just peak design and uniqueness. Well, next we move on to our second ninja-themed season, Ninpu Sentai Hurricaneger! Later translated into Power Rangers Ninja Storm. But yeah, we got a neat 3-Zord combination. We got the Hurricane Hawk. I actually have a weird blue version of this. It doesn't transform, and it just has a Game & Watch game on it. It's very weird. Pretty nice looking Hawk, all things together. We got a Dolphin. Oh, pretty nice looking. Not sure if I like that piece it has to sit on. But then the big bulk is not the Red Ranger, it's the Yellow Ranger, the Lion Zord. Which, pretty much it's the entire Zord. But yeah, all of these things form into the Karakuri Giant Shenpujin! Better known as the Storm Megazord, and yeah, this thing's pretty awesome. Yeah, I nearly got one back in the day, but instead got bought for somebody's birthday that wasn't mine. I really wish I could have got it, because I guess it does kind of have a gachapon mechanic in it. But yeah, this design's really cool. Even though, you know, the Lion is definitely doing most of the heavy lifting, I think it all stays together really good. A very unique color scheme, that sort of purplish blue. And, you know, Dolphin does a good job. And, you know, despite just being the head, red works pretty well. And boy, do we got some cool gimmicks for this thing. I don't know if you can see it if they show it here. Oh yeah, but this thing uses the Kakuri balls, which, as you said, gachapon. This was essentially Sentai trying to copy Pokemon. Basically this thing can open up that ball in the middle and deploy a gachapon, a Kakuri ball. Each with their own unique little critters, which are not quite Zords, more like essentially well, mini Zords, or to be exact, you know, Pokemon. All of them are glorified weapons, some of them more interesting than others, but they're all kind of cool. Some of them could even combine, like Mini Zord over here. Lock drop, ready to pop. Well said. But yeah, I really like this one. I think it's a great design, definitely passes the silhouette test. And its finish is kind of unique. It's still a sword, but the way it uses the shark sword, or serpent sword, is it uses the ninja technique of duplication and slashes the opponent 3 times. Oh, we also need to talk about its lightning mode, or Sempujin Harrier. This is essentially where it shrinks down its armor and gets super fast. Yeah, this was a bit of a sold separately toy. But it was a pretty unique experiment. So, but yeah, I like Senpujin. I'm a little tempted to put it into S, cause also if we're mentioning the combinations it has with the others, it just gets better and better. Yeah, and it's definitely one I really wish I could get. You know what? I think it's worthy of S. I think it's such a fun toy. It does so many great things. I think it's definitely worthy of S. Yeah, they did a lot of cool stuff, like for Ninja Storm. Probably the best ninja season, honestly. Granted, the competition's not too hard. And they had a giant mammoth to ride on at the very end. I wonder if I should try to get some of these Karakuri balls at some point. They look fun. Yeah, that's Senpujin. Cool name as well. That's another thing that should affect is how well the name is. If it's memorable and not just Robo or King or O. Nice to do that to make things better. But yeah, I think S. Oh boy, I'm gonna need a big glass for this one, because we are getting to a season I really wish I could watch the Japanese version of. That being Bakuryu Sentai Aba Ranger! Our second dinosaur themed, as well as one of my favorite Power Ranger shows, Dino Thunder. I mean, and I gotta say right now, this is my favorite Megazord. So yeah, we got a dinosaur combination of 3 of the most iconic dinosaurs. We got the T-Rex, pretty cool looking T-Rex. I always felt like this one had anger issues. And the mechs could talk in the Japanese version, makes them even cooler. I love that Bond. I love me some Bonds. Got a nice looking Triceratops, ready to rumble. They also have this really cool stylization with the whites, almost looking like armor. Even the pterodactyl, even though it's a little tiny and wimpy, pretty cool. And they form what I consider one of the greatest Megazords of all, Abareno, or better known as the Thundersaurus Megazord. But yeah, this is my number 1 Megazord, because Dino Thunder was the first season I was able to watch regularly. I love this thing so much. It combines them all so well. Even though it's just an arm, I think it works well. The stylization, the color combination, oh, the hat is awesome. I feel like it has just the right amount of coolness and protagonist look. And best of all, it doesn't have a sword. It's got a frickin' drill! Yeah. The Red Ranger and Ava Ranger had to juggle between taking care of his niece and being a hero. Huh, how about that? I love this drill so much. It is one of the coolest finishers. Just the first episode where they literally swing off the back of a spaceship and then drill through it, as if annihilating it as if it was a Death Star, but way better. And the toy itself, the drill actually works. You flip a switch and drill, baby, drill. Pierce the heavens, great dinosaur. Oh, I can't. And this is one of my holy grail toys. I want one so bad, but they're like $100. And what's cool, and the additional combinations work pretty well. Let's look through our auxiliary Zords. We got a Paki, or Cephalozord. I really want to get this guy sometime, the Dimetrozord. I actually have a McDonald's toy of it. It's a darker blue, but it's pretty fun. This one turns into a surfboard, kind of like. This turns into scissors. That's another drill. But yeah, what's cool about those is, they do just do the arm swap, but the drill gimmick still works. By that I mean, whatever you plug on will have some kind of action figure. This thing punches, this thing slices and dices, this thing snips and clips, this thing double drills, and it works no matter which arm you put it on. I cannot tell you how. It's a buzzsaw, not a chainsaw, but close enough. You can even do a mode without the pterodactyl. But yeah, no, I don't need to state this anymore. This goes at S. In fact, this might make some people mad. Top of S. Like, this is on my top 10 mecha overall. I love this thing so much. I want it so badly. It just... I can't just regularly throw out $100. Yeah, it's still... As for the other Megazord season, never really liked the Stegosaur or Killer O. I don't know, something about it just didn't gel with me. The Dragozord's cool. You know, the Max or Mezzodon, it's alright. Not quite as cool. But it does have a combination, which, yeah, looks even cooler with them all together. Other than the surfboard. But other than that, this thing's amazing. And you know what else is? And its evil counterpart is also pretty amazing. That being the Blizzard Force Megazord. Oh, one sec. Don't start yet, I'm not done yet. But yeah, or Baku Riono, or Replicant Zord, better known as the Blizzard Force Megazord. It's only two things, the Carnotaurus and the Starakos. Another thing I would love to get. Weirdly enough, when they made the American version of it, they changed all the purple to red. Also threw in a green pterodactyl. I guess for some reason they just didn't think the color purple would sell, which is weird. Oh yeah, the White Ranger, yeah, he was nasty. He was evil. He was so evil, the show almost got canceled. Like, that true story. He was causing so much trouble and scaring the kids so much that the network was like, fix this now or we're pulling your show. So yeah. But yeah, I need to get, that's one of my lifetime goals, bucket list, holy grails. I need to get this Megazord. I love it so much. So, but yeah, I don't know. Man, where the heck is that? Oh, I didn't realize the helmet was also a dinosaur. But yeah, I love the I love the Thundersaurus Megazord, so cool. And that's a great name. I mean, Thundersaurus. So love it so much. Okay, here's hoping I have enough energy left to gush over the rest of the list. We might move things around after we start, but now we get another banger of a Megazord. Not as cool as some of the later ones, but still pretty epic. We move on to Tokusou Sentai Deca Ranger! The future, also known as Power Rangers SPD. Yeah, their futuristic space police season. Quite, yeah. Oh, it's your fave? Yeah, don't blame me. I tried watching a little bit. It was pretty cool. I need to try to track down the Blu-ray of it sometime, because I know they got a Blu-ray of it. But yeah, they took the cop theme and went absolutely with it, and we got some pretty cool Zords. We got Pat Striker or Delta Runner. Okay, they're all Delta Runners. Quite an iconic thing, this. Even showed up in Gokaiger. I actually have the Super Megaforce version. It's okay. Pat Gyro. Yeah, I really love how they take the white theme and incorporate it to just go... and Sirens. I love the Sirens. They have the DVD on Amazon. Well, that's cool. It just, you know... last time I checked, it was pretty expensive. Maybe I should get it. Maybe I should look into get it. Oh, wait, I don't have a Blu-ray player in here. Worry about it later. You know, Pat Armor. Okay. I kind of like Pat's Signer. It's just a little police car with a billboard. But yeah, they all form the almighty Deca Ranger Robo, or Delta Squad Megazord. And they're pretty neat. One gimmick I love about this toy, the Red Ranger has sirens built in, and when you plug it into the legs, it turns those sirens on too. Doesn't quite work with the arms, but it's still pretty awesome. And also, they don't show it here, but this sword is not its main finisher. Its finisher is a gun, which as you all know, I really appreciate when they have unique finishers that aren't just sword. And yeah, this thing whips out the gun. It's dodging and rolling past buildings, having shoot-off with the giant robot. It's piloted by the alien criminals. Yeah, it is a little simple and almost shrimpy for my liking, but I think that works as the first Megazord, because we do get some... mainly because later we get some other ones, like its combination with the Delta Max. Also, it can ride a motorcycle, which the fact that you can pull this off in toy form is absolutely amazing. And you know, combination's pretty cool, but personally, I think the SWAT Megazord or Deca Wing is a much cooler one. Probably top 10 Megazords, but we'll save him for another list. But yeah, and I will say it is one of the giant, yeah, also that one turns into a giant gun. Yeah, they really went with all in with the police theme. Oh yeah, there was also the giant one, the Deca base. That one's really awesome. I need to get that someday. We'll save that for like 6th Ranger tier list or whatever. Anyways, where was we? But yeah, I think he's pretty cool. Be fun to get a toy of at some point. Again, I don't know if I want to do S rank. Maybe, I'm thinking between A or B. Oh yeah, because it does have a bit of a simple combination. It's what I dub the Voltron combination, which is essentially just body, arm, leg, which is, you know, how the giant lion robot team Voltron combine, which I do think it is a bit boring combination-wise, but I think it pulls it off altogether in this case, because it can lead to some nicer-looking robots. That's why Voltron did it. So, I think it deserves... Yeah, I think A is fair. Yeah, you see how much of a positive person I am. Speaking of positivity, we're gonna be moving into a pretty cool scene. You know, I need to go I really need to rewatch SPD because it technically came out this year, 2025. Oh yeah, now we move into a season I really wish I could watch in good quality. That being Maho Sentai Maji Ranger. So yeah, this was wait, no, wait. Wait. Get to the next theme, please. But yeah, the whole family was a Sentai. Yep, even the mom and dad. Well, except for the Gold Ranger, but he became family later. Oh, I thought that was Tokyuja for a moment. But yeah, this was definitely a Sentai that was better than Power Rangers, and Harry Potter was big at this time, and they really did it by having a fantasy, magical wizard season, the brother-in-law. And this also gave birth to what might be one of the greatest Megazords of all time, because for the first time since I want to say Turbo, they had humanoid Megazords. Not just that, they literally turned into these Zords. Yeah, each of them just used a magic spell and became their Zord, and they're pretty cool. We got Maji Phoenix, which, okay, not really a Phoenix, it's more of a protagonist, but whatever. But we also got Maji Garuda. Yeah, there's a big bird man, a lot of wings. Maji Mermaid, pretty neat one. I think you actually can combine the legs to make a tail. Quite nice. Maji Fairy, who a little too small to do too much, but still nice. And then Mystic Minotaur, big beefy boy who does most of the heavy lifting with the Zord. Other ones like the Dark Knight Woolzard or Korag, the Night Wolf, or as a certain YouTuber calls him, Korag the Violator, just because of how much of a great villain he is, and he has a horse. I have a lot of pieces of Travelon or the Solar Streak Megazord. I'm just missing the legs and those stupid black pieces that you need in order to attach the arms. I got one, but I need another to complete the Solar Megazord. But we'll save them for another one. What is this name? One-horned sacred horse Unigalon? Bit much. And yeah, then they later turned into but anyways, you see, let's get onto the Megazord. This thing was special because not only could it turn into a dragon, like this alone makes it so awesome. It turns into a dragon that the red one rides. but it turns into one of the greatest Megazords of all. The Titan Megazord, better known as Maji King! He's got a hat! But yeah, this is one of the coolest Megazords in existence. They don't show it here, but the wings of the Garuda they can fly off, and he's got the wizard hat. Yeah, this is one of the greatest Megazords in existence. Let's look. Every color is represented. You know, even though yellow's not front and center, there's enough yellow on it. It's got the logo built in. Everything combines in such a clean and beautiful way. It's got a sword, which, okay, a little uncreative, but still cool. And they don't show it here, but the wings do display ginormously. And I love this thing, and y'all already know where this is going. This is another one I wish I had. Up to S, because it is so beautiful. Everything comes together so perfectly, and you get so much with the toy. You get all these unique characters, and you get a dragon! And, you know, nothing's compromised. There's no kibble or anything bad. It's awesome. The other stuff is pretty cool as well, you know, the Centaurus Wolf Megazord, or Supreme Ruler of Darkness Wolkaiser. Okay. Meanwhile, that one's just Fire Kaiser. Okay. Yeah, and then the Magi Legend. I don't like that they called this Manticore in the English, in Power Rangers, because, you know, it's just a phoenix and a lion. And a Manticore is supposed to be a lion with a human's face and a scorpion tail. So, you know, it just doesn't work without the scorpion tail. But yeah, and also just Maji King is so cool. Not to mention, you know, Titan Megazord, pretty creative name. You know, thank goodness it's not just Mystic Force Megazord. That's definitely the lamest type of naming scheme, when it's just season name plus Megazord. Something we'll surely be getting to later. But yeah, Maji King, I wish I could get it. It's kind of one of those cases where the sword is the main issue, because you need the sword for the dragon tail. So, but yeah, I need to track this down one day. I love Maji King. But now we get to another big banger from an anniversary season. Another one I wish I could watch because it's probably better than the Power Rangers. Go-Go Sentai Bokenja! Yeah, the Sentai about adventure! Yeah, also the 30th anniversary, I want to say, with probably some of the best Zords in the toy line. Saying Red Ranger, he gets a dump. Go-Go Dump. We get a big old dump truck with a shovel. A little bit of kibble over here, but it's not that egregious. Let's go on an adventure. Yeah, I wish I could watch this season, because some of the Rangers in the Power Ranger one, not too morally nice, but it's alright. And then we also got Go-Go Formula. And what I love about these Zords is how all of them feel like stuff you'd want on an adventure, you know. Like for Dump and Dozer, you know, that's construction equipment for digging up the artifacts. Go-Go Formula is like the getaway car. Gyro, okay, that one's a little bit off, but it works. And then Marine, you know, great for going on underwater adventures. And they all become the very awesome Drive Max Megazord, or its cooler Japanese name, Rumbling Go-Go Gatai Daiboken. So its name is essentially Super Adventure. Yeah, not the best picture, but I love this thing. It's got such a cool industrial, heavy industry look. And it's pretty cool, but don't get the Power Ranger version. The Power Ranger version of this toy is absolute garbage. Yeah, you see, for Power Rangers, they decided they were going to start making their own molds instead of importing them. And they got rid of a lot of the features. It's bigger, but they cut out a lot of the transformation, a lot of the color. Make sure you import this thing. And it's got a unique weapon. It's not just a sword, it's a shovel and a pick. Yeah, its sword is actually comprised of a shovel and a pickaxe. So dude's ready to do some Minecraft. But yeah, I like how it goes. And also, I like how it's got a trailer mode. You know, a bit silly, but it works. I think it's pretty cool. But what makes this thing really cool is its combinations. Mainly its combos with drill, shovel, mixer, and crane. I actually got all 4 of these. And I'm really happy to, especially the crane. That one's super expensive. But yeah, the thing with Daiboken, it gets... The bigger it gets, the better. Because other than the arm swapping, they can all combine to do Super Daiboken or the Super Drive Max. I mean, look, isn't this cool, chat? And it gets even bigger with the jet, and becomes this! That's 10 Zords all together, chat. 10 Zords! I'd love to get this someday. Other stuff pretty neat, you know. Don't like that the legs are stuck, but, you know, Siren Builder's okay. Oh, and I do like that the Auxiliary Zords can come their own Megazord. Pretty neat. And then the Voyager, that's pretty cool. They actually did release the Japanese version of this in America. Yeah, they got a lot. Like, I think Bokenger probably has one of the best Zord toy lines. It's really awesome. You know, I just feel like it stands out. I like it when the Zords stand out. And, you know, it's got a great silhouette. And I love the heavy industry look. Like, you could just feel all the gravel and dirt it's digging up and all the steam coming off it. But, yeah, I think... I might be acting a little biased here, but I think it's worth S. What do y'all think, Chad? Maybe I should move it to A. No, S, just because I think it's just so fun. It's pity Power Rangers ruined it so much. But yeah, quite cool. But yeah, I hope y'all are enjoying this so far. It's been pretty fun. I don't know if I'll do more tier lists, but we'll see. But yeah, we're nearly there. We're halfway done, chat. Our next one is what might be the best Power Ranger season, and also a pretty cool Sentai, Jukin's Sentai Geki Ranger, better known as Power Rangers Jungle Fury. Both theme songs are amazing. But yeah, we went back to animals. Got quite a cool bit of animals. Gotta watch out for them jungle sharks. Even the surfboarding penguins. But yeah, the main Megazord's bit simple, but effective. Yeah, the wild boy. Yeah, we got Geki Tiger. You know, big old tiger. Actually, I had a dream I had it once. As well as Cheetah and Jaguar. It's got some glasses. I will say, it is a little lame that they're all cats, but I think they work together. They work pretty cool, and they create Jukin Kojin Geki Toja, or the Jungle Pride Megazord. Oh, I love this song. And he's pretty cool. You know, even though Red is pretty much doing the whole heavy lifting, it's quite fun. It can spin around its arms and its legs. And they're all kitties. Fair point. Another neat feature is the tails become nunchucks. Hey, unique weapon. I don't think it ever uses the nunchucks that often. It's mostly here to punch and kick and kung fu them suckers. Also interesting, it has a fusion with the villains. Yeah, the Geki Rin Toja, where they combine with the lion and chameleon. And a pretty cool combination. And, you know, the other combinations, yeah, the dragon villain and Geki Ranger was long. Yeah, he was an evil dragon that was bored and was just tormenting people because he was bored. Yeah, they beat him well. I don't know if the combinations okay. Like, this looks a little weird that it's just got elephant thighs on its shoulders. The bat's kind of cool. It's a backpack, but it works. Shark's a bit strange, but they kind of work. I will say the later one, Geki Fire, or the Jungle Master Megazord, is probably a bit cooler. It's got a penguin. It could also combine with the wolf, so that's neat. A little simple, but that's alright. Yeah, I quite like Geki Ranger, though. Jungle Fury. Like, honestly, I think now he's a ball. Yeah, because they couldn't kill Long, they sealed him into a ball and turned him into a permanent broken Bakugan. That the Red Ranger keeps with him at all times. Oh yeah. Jungle Pride Megazord. It's I think it does it pretty well. A little similar to the Thundersaurus, but I don't think it's amazing. We are starting to see a bit of a thing that's going to be a big problem later, which is Red Rangers overpowering everything. I do think the legs do look nice enough, and sticks to a theming, so let's see. I think... I'm trying to think. I'm thinking either C or B, but I'm not sure. We got a lot on B. Is it as good as some of these others? I'm not sure, Chad. It can... You know, I think we're gonna do C. I like it, but... I don't think it... I think it's a little too simple in some stuff. It's still cool. Oh boy. We got a bit of a divisive one coming up next. Yeah, we got a season I kind of want to give another chance to, because I didn't enjoy my first time I watched the episodes, but I kind of want to try it again, see if I might like it. And we got Engine Sentai Go Onja! Pretty cool theme song, as y'all will soon hear. Go Onja, my biggest fave. Emo phase? Nah. I wouldn't say I was going through an emo phase, more like the humor wasn't gelling with me, but I think if I go in with maybe more of an open mind and more of a silly mood, because I think I have seen some scenes online that I thought was pretty funny, but I will say, even though Goanzer is a bit silly, I do love the Zords. They may be silly with their big googly anime eyes, but I love them, and I would love to have yeah, all talking cute mechs. Yeah, they're all alive. And even though they're silly looking, I don't care. I love them. I think they're all really cool. And I wish I could get them. It's just hard to find them with their souls. Yeah, also known as RPM. And I do wish they talked in RPM. Honestly, I wouldn't mind reading a rewrite where all the Zords talked. But yeah, we got the iconic Engine Speedor. He's pretty cool. He can fly. I do, and as silly as they look, I think they are good designs. I think they go with the animal. I think they blend the animal and vehicle stuff pretty cool. Oh, what's that? Doro, Doro! Yeah, they all have the catchphrases. We have Bus On, who's a lion. Pretty neat. And Engine Bear RV. Yeah, she's alright. I will say in the ending theme, she does look absolutely adorable. Now, and together they form a very interesting Megazord. That's the only girl? Huh, that's too bad. But we have Engine Gatai Engine O. Now, a lot of people don't like it, but I think it's kind of cool. You know, it does do... It's kind of a totem pole, but, you know... It's still pretty neat. The combination's a little neat. I kind of like the totem pole. You know, and the shield and sword can be stored in the mecha. Very cool. And, but it is kind of interesting how much bigger it gets. Honestly, almost to a kind of ridiculous degree. Because, oof. I'll be honest, I can't decide if I like the G12. Yeah, I can't decide if I like it or love it or don't like it, but I love that everything gets used and stored. It's a ridiculous cluster, but I think it's cool. I like it when all my Zords can stand together. And also, there is one notable thing I do want to mention. I haven't brought it up before, but all the Megazords do have their own themes, and I honestly think... This guy has the greatest Megazord theme of all time. I don't want to play too much because copyright. Let me see if I have it downloaded on my iPad. Give me a sec. I just want to see if I can play a tiny bit of it, just to see if y'all can hear it on the microphone. Just how cool its theme song is. It is cooler than it has any right to be. Yeah, I'll just play a little bit. See if y'all can hear it. Okay, that's all you're getting. But yeah, that is absolutely my favorite mecha theme for Sentai things. Yeah, curse you, copyright, please. And, you know, but yeah, I don't mind Goofy. I think I want to give it another chance. I feel like there was just a few too many times when the Rangers were a little too silly. But, you know, I think if I give it another chance, I'd enjoy it. I loved the Go on Wings, and, I will say they got a pretty sleek Megazord. It was cool how it was actually a super weapon in RPM turned good. And yeah, this is actually the only Disney era Megazord I didn't grow up with. Yeah, I kind of stopped watching by the time RPM came on. But let's see. Let me see. I will say it does kind of pass the silhouette test, especially if you have the eyes on. But, you know, I think, again, it's hard for me to be negative, so... And I do think the way it does the arm gimmick is pretty cool and clean. You know, I think either A or B. Here's the question. Is it better than the Wild Force Megazord? Oh, we back? Oh, sorry, did I do... what? I don't... I don't know if it's A, but I think it's definitely B. Yeah, you love Gohan's opening. Yeah, it's a really good opening. I do think that's one of the best parts of the show. It's very catchy. But yeah, I'd love to get the Gohans or toys, because they all seem quite fun. The only issue is they don't come with their engine souls on eBay. Like, also they had I'll take it. Awesome. I will say the Samurai Zord's pretty cool and kind of foreshadowed the next show. And I do like that the dinosaur train that came later is kind of a reference to the original Megazord. But yeah, I think it's good. But now we get into... But now we're moving forward to... I will say... Oh, come on. Oh, goodness. What? Hold up. We got another ad break. But the next few... They're nearing the end. We're kind of getting into when I started getting into Sentai, because Power Rangers was getting bad. But our next one's going to be a pretty interesting one after these ads. Samurai Sentai Shinkenger! And I got some interesting stuff to say about this season. I kind of want to watch it at some point. But we'll deal with that after the ads. So, but yeah, I will say the next few Megazords are a bit samey in terms of combinations, but they're still pretty cool despite that. So, after these messages, we'll be right back again. And we are back. Sorry about that, chat. Oh, hey, music note. Glad to see you're still there. Here's how the list is looking so far. Y'all recognize any of these Megazords, chat? Anyways, yeah, we've pretty much just finished off the Disney era of Megazords. We're now moving into what was probably one of the worst eras of Power Rangers, but was pretty awesome in Sentai. Starting with the most Japanese Sentai of all time, Samurai Sentai Shinkenja, whose theme song sounds oddly similar to the Power Ranger theme, which is quite funny. Yeah, this was adapted into Power Ranger Samurai, and by that adapted, I mean they copy and pasted it and took out the Japanese. Oh, but Shinken Red is your number one? Which one, the main one or the girl? But yeah, we had a very unique theme with this season. Mainly, the Zords were origami. Yeah, they don't show it here, but each of the Zords could turn into an origami symbol form. Something that was sadly gutted in the American release. But Japanese release does it pretty well. We got a lion, we got a dragon, pretty cool. We got turtle, or kame, got a turtle. Oh, we got a bear, and we got monkey, and a whole lot of stuff. And all of them become the Samurai Megazord, better known as Samurai Gatai Shinken-O! Main one, he was considered number one in Gemini. Oh, really cool. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have to watch, see if he is as cool as it sounds. I know, and the one in Power Rangers is pretty bad, but I'm assuming the Japanese one is actually worth respecting. But here we have Shinken-O. Pretty cool one. This combination is a little lazy, kind of does the Voltron thing, but the way they fold up is kind of cool. It's got a samurai sword, and technically a shield, but I think that having a samurai sword does make it look more interesting. Also, it's got a hat. Yeah, and I think he's really cool. I quite like him. I do have the American toy, which I was like, don't get. The American version guts out so much of the stuff. It makes the sword plastic, it gets rid of the chrome. It completely nerfs the dragon, and they can't fold up into their origami forms. So, if you want this, get the Japanese version. They actually sold it at Toys R Us at one point. The way it combines with his auxiliary Zords, a little weird. It's, well, they're all hats. Fancy hats. But it's still pretty neat. I will say the American version of the Claw Zord's still kind of neat. It's just smaller. Yeah, hats are fun. And I will say its combination is pretty cool. Gets an even bigger hat. But it just gets bigger. It kind of does the whole engine Sentai thing. But becomes this mess, and it rolls on its own. Can't really pull this off in the Power Ranger version, because you just get an arm sticking off, but yeah. Cluster Nugget aside, despite its simplicity, I think it does a great job. The colors look great. Like, I think any great Megazord really embraces all the colors and does it in a great, clean way. A little chunky in some ways, but you know, I think it works. So, you know, I don't know if I want to say it's perfect, but yeah, I think it very much deserves A rank. What do y'all think? You think A is good enough? Oh, B? No, you think it might be B? No. I think we'll do A, just because I think it does the samurai thing so cool, like. But yeah, we'll do A. But now, we move on to a bit of an overlooked Sentai. But one that I quite like. That being Tenso Sentai Goseiger! Where they're angels. And yeah, this was unfortunately adapted into the very bad Megaforce season, but the Zords are still really cool. For one thing, they're all heads. But don't worry, these heads do have bodies. And they're quite cool bodies, for one thing. Yes, because the snake's a good guy. That's one reason. But essentially, these heads merge with a vehicle to create a pretty cool thing, such as a dragon airplane. So yeah, we got Gosei Dragon, and then Phoenix with a fighter jet. Gosei Phoenix, pretty cute. And then one that's personally handmade for me, it feels. A snake merged with a train. Gosei Snake! Yeah, snakes are my favorite animal, and anytime they're depicted as good makes me so happy. And it's a train! So cool. Got a tiger bulldozer. Doesn't quite do it as well, but it's still quite good. And a Gosei shark submarine. Obvious, but it works. But yeah, I think it's such a cool design, and they're all pretty cool. And they form what honestly might be my second favorite Megazord. Tenso Gatai. Gosei Great! Now, one of the reasons I love this so much, this was my first ever Megazord toy. After so many years of never getting any, I got this for my birthday, and I love it so much. It's also the only Megazord toy Bandai didn't mess up. It's just missing some paint and landing gear, and the head transformation is a little different, but this thing is so cool. I think the main thing that does it for me is the wings. This Megazord can fly! I mean, how many other Megazords have flight as the default? And the header thing's pretty cool. And mainly how it combines with the other Zords, making some pretty neat stuff like this pirate, which doesn't want to load up for some reason. Why do they not want to load up? Well, y'all can see him from here. But yeah, the headers look cool. And they have a pretty neat combination. They all combine into Hyper Gosei Great, better known as the Megazord. Okay, I might, but yeah, and it actually still kind of works in the American version, despite some of the stuff not working. And why doesn't it want to load? Well, y'all can see it from here, but yeah, it wears the name Megazord pretty well. And of course, it's cool like Moteki Shogun, and it sets its sword on fire when delivering divine punishment. Yeah, the final boss of Ghost Caesar was a plot twist. Yeah, he was Blade Run, who was a fallen angel. He's pretty cool. His coolness even survived Megaforce, not by much, but I really need to finish Ghost Sager. It's honestly kind of a relaxing show. But yeah, I actually brought out my Gosei Great Megazord. Yeah, it also kept its Japanese name when it became American, the Gosei Great. But I love this thing, so needless to say, S rank. Put it right next to my other favorite. But yeah, I love Gosei Great. It's great. Speaking of great, I think, yeah, this one might get y'all all mad at me, but now we move on to probably the most beloved Sentai of all time. Yeah, GOAT. Kaizuko Sentai Gokaiger! The Pirate Season! And the 35th anniversary, probably the greatest anniversary season of all time. And as much as Super Sentai tried to deny it, they are pirates through and through. And here's their pirate ship! And it's quite cool. The other one's a little forgettable, but you know, they go with the pirate theme pretty nicely. You know, got a jet with the hat, got a treasure chest truck, got a car that's kind of there, and a Gosei Marine submarine. They're okay. But where they really shine is all together as the Pirate Gatai Gokaio! For one thing, we are once again using the lazy Voltron combination, but it pulls it off pretty well. It looks like a Megazord. And it's got a hat! Megazords are always cooler when they got hats. The Red Ranger was handsome. You had an ultra crush on him. I mean, yeah, Marvelous is pretty marvelous. I mean, how can you go wrong with a Red Ranger whose name is literally Captain Marvelous? Yeah, I need to rewatch Zenkaiger. It actually treats the past with respect, and even though the pirates don't initially care, they learn to care a lot about Sentai, and yeah, even though the villains are a little generic and boring, they just have big numbers. Zenkaiger's amazing. But of course, these things have a gimmick. For when you turn the crank, you can make stuff pop out! This was sadly omitted in the American version, which is one of the reasons Power Rangers was lame at that point. Oh yeah, the final fight was amazing. And yeah, there's actually a bit of symbolism here, is, you know, they're essentially hollow on the inside, the pirates, but once they, you know, get the Sentai powers and learn their meaning, they, the powers go inside and take out the hollowness. And, well, I do have a little problem with the Final War Zord, as in lots of leftover parts. It does pull it off pretty cool. Just very much, yeah. Really just becomes the admiral of the crew. And yeah, it had an awesome final fight. They whipped out every Ranger power and then stabbed the Emperor Kraken with a blaster and sent him out of this world. Yeah, I was... Yeah, awesome debut. And yeah, this thing showed up, took out ships after... Okay, you know, I was gonna put this at A, but... remembering all the awesome stuff it's done, yeah, I have to give it its due respect. It's absolutely an S. I do feel like some stuff could be a bit better, like, namely the individual Zords. They all get kind of dwarfed by the sky ship, but not to the point where the Red Ranger takes over everything. And it even has an even awesomer evil version. There's a pirated version used by a villain where it's got an eye patch, a cape, and a hook, and it looks even more piratey. Okay, yeah, y'all reminded me. Sorry, so fidgety. But now we move on to my second favorite Sentai show. Also, I love that blue T-Rex. It's awesome. Okay, now we move on. But yeah, we're done with Voltron combinations for a while. But we move into probably my favorite, second favorite Sentai. Tokumi Sentai, Go Busters! Who has the awesome show. It's cool spy amazement, and it has the greatest Sentai villain ever, Enter. And the Zords are really cool. They're all kind of Transformers. So yeah, we got... Oh wow, it's gotten late. Yeah, we got Buster Machine. Ace turns into a spy car. We got the gorilla that turns into a truck. The rabbit that turns into a helicopter. And this one can also turn into a cheetah. Pretty nice. And we got our animal modes. As well as Red turns into Go Buster Ace. Pretty cool guy. Came out the same time as Smile Preaker. Oh yeah, didn't know that. But yeah, its Megazord mode is a little divisive, and I'm gonna need some help thinking on this. We have Tokumi Gata, Go Buster O. Yeah, the bunny copter is awesome. Now, this one I might be it's a bit of a mess. I will say it looks a little better on the show itself, but I will say it actually does hold together pretty well. The toys, not so much, especially not the Power Ranger version, because, oh. I got the Power Ranger version, and it does not hold together. For whatever reason, one of the legs of the gorilla will not stick onto the leg. so all I can really use it for is a shelf piece. I will say it is kind of neat, but that is a lot going on. And a key thing about design is everything should have a purpose, and some of the stuff is like the animal heads here. They're kind of just heading off to the side. I will say its finisher, Dimension Crash, is pretty cool. Where it traps them in a bubble and slices them. But I think when it becomes too much is its final form, Great Go Buster O. Okay, I think this might be where it becomes a problem, because there's definitely way too much going on here. Like, I just got the rabbit ears in the back just because they got nowhere else to put it. Again, I'm trying not to be biased, but... I don't want to hate it, because I do like a lot of the Unity. But it is doing a lot, so... Might want to split it into parts for YouTube. Ah, nah, I'm sure people would be fine with a 3-hour-long video, and why is the internet messing up? Okay, I don't know if I want to say D... Oh! Well... I see. Okay, Funny you say that just as the internet cuts out. Okay, yep, I know. Come on, reconnect, reconnect, reconnect. Give me a moment, chat. Okay, I think we gotta get a move on. I don't know if I want to say the design is bad. Ugh. Yeah, let's do C. Now, unfortunately, we've kind of left the golden age of designs. Things are going to get a bit weird, and it's going to be a little harder to decide what comes next, so do bear with me, chat. I'm going to need some help. We now go into... Yeah, the next designs get a bit random. We move into what a lot of people's favorite Sentai are. Pretty cool one. We have Zuden Sentai Koryuger! But yeah, we move on to everyone's favorite dinosaur Samba-themed season, Koryuger. Samba dinos, yeah. But yeah, I will say, when I initially saw these designs on Ranger Wiki back in the day, I didn't really like them. Mostly because I thought the Dino Thunder were way cooler. But yeah, there's our big boy who doesn't want to load. Gabotira. I mean, his hair's a little neat. He's a pretty neat dinosaur. Though, he is kind of related to a bit of a problem. But then we got all the others, the Parasaka. I will say, I love the names of all these guys, and they're pretty neat. Like Parasakan, Stegochi, Zakuto, and Dressera. Also, it is neat that the Pteragordon, we actually got a big pterodactyl. Okay, I gotta go ahead and say the name of all of them. Onkidon, Bunpaki, Poison! There was the scene where the Red Ranger fought the grunts while he was shirtless. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's pretty popular. I will say I love Plazon, because Plesiosaurus is one of my favorite dinosaurs. So we got Bragigas! And there's my other favorite dinosaur, Tobaspino! But yeah, let's move on to the Megazords. We have... Zuden Gatai Koryujin. Oh, come on, why does this not want to load? And, yeah, I have some thoughts. Rip Koryuchian. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sad that his actor passed away, sadly. It's a real shame. He was the first white person to be a Sentai Ranger. Or I guess he was European, but close. But yeah, Koryujin. Oh no, is the internet... Oh no, wait. That's weird, the chat didn't... Okay. But yeah, Excuse me, what? Okay, What do you mean offline? Okay, one sec. Oh goodness, what is wrong with the internet tonight? See, this is why I have to stream earlier, chat, because the internet is very picky at night. Okay, let me push pause. Okay, I'm gonna try reconnecting and disconnecting, so sorry if the stream gets a little fun. Okay, we're good. So yeah, so much biting. Ain't that the truth? Now, I don't know if I really like this design, because I don't like how the Red Ranger is doing essentially everything, and the others are just arms. Now, there's some stuff I like. The Tyrannosaurus head, kind of neat. Chat slow, though. Yeah, sorry about that. And I like the drills. And the transformation for the Tyrannosaurus, pretty neat. The helmet's cool. I don't know, chat. I know Koryuger's good, but I don't know if I really like this design too much. I don't know if it's bad. It does some neat stuff, but I do feel like there is some issues starting to sleep in. Does the arm swap gimmick? I do like that they have their own names, like Western and Macho. I will say I do like this. This is pretty cool. I like the Pterangon. It's cool how it's slim. But oddly enough, I do kind of like the design on Tobaspino or Spino Dio. Maybe it's just the colors. I will say the long arms are a bit of a nasty kibble. The other forms are kind of neat. I really like Plazon, though. The Plesiosaur spaceship. Western, yeah! Yeah, which is essentially knife and gun. But yeah. And also, I did have the American toy of it. It's not as fun. It cuts out all the electronic sounds. And the Zord builder system does not hold together at all. It likes to fall apart, goes back together. This might make some of y'all mad, but I think I'm gonna put him down in D. I don't know, is that, on second thought, no, he's not as bad as the Coneheads. I think C would be, fine. Sorry, I know it's popular, I know Koryuger's popular. It just doesn't do it for me. I don't like when the red overpowers everything. It just... I feel like it just emphasizes the fact that they value Red Rangers more than others, which I don't like. But what I do like is what's next, because this is my favorite Super Sentai season, Resha Sentai Tokyuger! Go for it! I know this isn't as popular, but I love this. Yeah, big surprise. Blue Sharky 38 loves trains, but I can't help it. This was my first Sentai season, and I absolutely love it. It means a ton to me. It was the first... I had seen it once on a video of Megazords, and I was so sick of powers. I checked it out, and I loved it. And yeah, it's all trains. Yeah, Red Resha over here, he's a steam engine. We got a blue bullet train over here. Got a subway for yellow, another bullet train for green, and another subway for pink. And quite a few interesting auxiliary zords like shield, car carrier tank, diesel, fire and police, build, love build. But yeah, these trains all form into one of my favorites, Tokyo! Now I will say, all the Tokyugers were really little kids. Yeah, but I still love them. You know, they were kids stuck in adult bodies, but they got that worked out. Now, this Megazord is not popular. A lot of people really don't like this because, well, I think they think the combination is lazy, it's too tall and long, and don't bring up episode 3. Don't you dare bring up what this thing did in episode 3. Oh, but this is I don't know if this destroys my credibility, but I love this thing. This was the first time I ever imported a Sentai Zord, and I'm glad I did because they never made it to Power Rangers. Yes, it could have been better. There are lots of train mecha that are way better than this, but I don't care. I like this thing. You know, I love the colors. I think it's fun to combine. And the way it fights is neat. It does do the whole arm thing, but again, I don't care. I love this thing. And the monkey was voiced by Inuyasha was the monkey? Was Ticket? Well, ain't that all sorts of irony? And you know, not everyone loves the combinations, but I'm sorry. Tokyuger is just too close to my heart. Build dial is really cool. I actually have this right here. It's ridiculous and dumb, but I love it. Oh, but yeah, sorry. Tokyuger just means too much to me. I know. I don't care if y'all don't like it. I will say... They definitely could have done some stuff better, but I love it too much, so... I will say, I'll put my bias aside, even though it's one of my favorites. I'm putting it in A. I know some of y'all are disagreeing with me and think it's awful, but I don't care. I love these trains so much. You know, I love practically everything in Tokyuger, except that thing. I do not like the Hyper Russia. It has the grandest problem where you transform it by standing it up. No legs. And the final form is really lame. It's this. This is just a billboard. This is almost everything wrong, or what I don't like about Megazords. Although some of the fans of Tokyo ship the Ranger with the bus of the bed. Oh, yeah, I could see them doing that, which is very creepy. I don't like the final form. It's pretty bad. It's all just the front of the trains slanted onto the Grand Liner, and yeah, I hate it. And I wish they did something better. Honestly, this looks better. But yeah, I love it. Stands barely. Oh, you mean Grand Liner? Yeah, you literally just stand it up and maybe move the arms. No, maybe put a train on its head, but I do not like this thing. I wish we got a better toy. I'll just say this, Deno did it better. I do find it funny how Diesel is the grandpa of the group, which as a Thomas fan, that feels so weird, since Diesel characters are always like, oh, we're new and modern, we're gonna replace steam engines, and now Diesels are the old ones. I actually did just get Fire and Police. They're pretty fun. Still need to get Drill, though. And maybe Safari. Safari is kind of neat. It is a recolor, but it turns into a lion. But yeah, I know some of y'all aren't going to agree with me, but again, Tokyuger just means a lot to me. It's my favorite Sentai. And I'm just totally enraptured by the power of imagination! What's wrong with those Tokyuger fans? Yeah, shippers ruin everything. Specifically because they don't want... because they hate anyone else who doesn't agree with their ship, so... Oh, okay, now we get to the weird years, because Tokyoger was different, by doing something, but... Oh dear, we move into something I'm going to have a hard time justifying. What many consider the worst one, Shuriken Sentai Ninja. You know, the ninjas that don't hide. I think I've talked about this one before. Yeah, the random ninjas, as you will see. So yeah, we start with Shinobi Maru, you know, a Red Ranger Zord. I almost want to rant about something with Power Rangers, but honestly, I can't. I already have enough to deal with. And then we get Dragon Maru. Okay, you know, little random. But, you know, it makes sense. The guy's from England. And then we get a dump truck. Excuse me, what? What on earth do dump trucks have to do with ninjas? Oh, it's worth. Yeah, we got Wanmaru. Okay, a dog. That's kind of ninja-like. Bullet Train. Yep, at least it looks ninja-y. But yeah, and it also has the worst English name ever. Zoomzord. That is the most stupidest thing I have ever heard. Of all things you could have called it. Why would you call it Zoomzord? There are so many better words you could have done. But yeah, the randomness continues, as I said before, now with visuals. Power Mark, an elephant. Okay, you know, animals are kind of ninja-y. UFO. UFO. UFO! What on earth? It's not even on. What does this have to do with ninjas other than it being round and shaped like a ninja star? How? Why? And yeah, Rodeo Ninja. Okay. Surfer. We get a surfing submarine. Though the submarine mode's kind of inconsequential. It's more about the surfer mode, as you'll see. Lion Howl, he's alright. You know, big lion fortress, way too big in the Power Ranger. Dinosaur for the movie? Sure, why not? Dinosaurs are cool. Oh, and then the second ones, we got, you know, bird, dragon, motorcycle, turtle, tang. Oh, actually, that's kind of nice. Panda! And fish. But yeah, those first few, they form Shurikenjin. What were they on? Indeed. Now, this almost looks good. You know, if you start from the legs, it's okay, you know, doing simple. Arms, the dragon looks a little off, but it's okay. Then you look at the middle. It's a mech piloting a bigger mech. Which should be funny, but it really does not work here. I think the issue is the head. Is the fact that they got a face covering the body, and now they just got the body sticking out. D rank, ugh. Yeah, I almost want to do F, but, you know, the colors are neat, and, you know, it can turn into a dragon. I mean, it doesn't help too much, and the Power Ranger version completely screwed it up. You know, at least you could have some fun, but yeah, I think what this really needed is a chest piece. You know, something. Maybe make it like a little door. But the fact that they just got the legs dangling out. But yeah, this is when we start getting messy and kibbly. Like, The dragon pieces here, especially like the arms, they feel more like kibble rather than a deliberate design. What about the other ones? You know, that looks a little better. But yeah, they all turn into little guys. Yeah, ninja astronaut, why not? With gun. Oh, and then the cowboy ninja. Yeah! We gonna get a Bison King with a Bull Rider Megazord. Yeah! Hey, he does look kind of cool, even if he makes me think of a steakhouse. The randomness of Red Ranger suddenly getting married. Wait, what? What do you mean he got married? I would say Bison King doesn't look too bad. He does make me want to go eat at a Texas steakhouse, though. This is lame, though. Are you kidding? It's amazing the enemies didn't just make a sniper to knock out him right there. Oh, look. Surfboard. Because that worked out so well when the Stegosaur did it. And, I will say interesting about this was actually the final Megazord Bandai ever made in America. Oh, we can't even show the final form, it's so bad. They sit in a chair. Yeah, this thing turns into a chair and he sits in it. Okay, I don't hate Ninja as much as other people, but I can acknowledge it's not that great in hindsight. I feel like it's at least enjoyable. It at least does stuff differently each time. The finale is pretty unsatisfying. You know, the big bad that was built up, they just take him out with one Megazord attack. So, no, props for it trying. In the end of the Zenkaiger and Ninja crossover movie, he just said that it was what? Well, that's random, alright. But yeah, I think let's go into D. The only thing that's keeping it out is the theme song's pretty cool, and at least it was trying something new. It failed at it, but also, I will say this, they were super duper scummy with the Power Ranger version. Like, if you want to get the auxiliary Zords, guess what? You have to buy a whole nother Megazord with it in it, except the colors have changed. Which, yeah, if you think Ninja was bad, no, Ninja Steel is worse. Like, you could at least have a good chuckle or a drinking game, or, you know, laugh at how stupid Ninja is. Not with Ninja Steel. Ninja Steel is borderline unwatchable. But yeah, let's get away from these annoying ninjas and get to something I talked about last stream. One of the strangers or lines. Yep. Cubes. Yep, we move on to Dobotsu Sentai Zenkaiger. Ah! But as I talked about before, they're all cubes. Like, every single one of them is a cube. Also, props to being the first season with an Elephant Ranger in the main cast. They definitely have their, distinctive charm. They all got a number on them. They're all cubes, except for the Rhino. Instead, the Rhino is a truck. Which, I actually do have the Rhino and the Wolf. They're pretty fun. Yeah, the more cubes you have, the more they are pretty fun to stack. And I do think a whale being the final animal is perfect. Also, there was a condor. And, cube weapons, you know, they exist. I actually have this, zebra and the platypus. A platypus cube? Parry the platypus cube! There was also an octopus. But yeah, the first three all stacked together into Zuo King. Now, this is going to be a little tricky. Other than the severe blockiness, it's not a bad design. It doesn't translate into toy form that well. And I like that they're at least trying to make it look like the legs are not stuck together. Oh, but, it looks better in the show. You know, at least it commits to the bit, I suppose. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do here, Chad. It's definitely more experimental. But the toy is not that good because it's a brick. Yeah, no moving legs. All it does is the arms pop out and it's got a little toothpick. I will say some of the others are a little better, like Zuo Wild. You know, it's got a gun, a banana gun. No, not a banana gun. This is a little weird. I have this one. I almost have it. I just need the crocodile. I like this one a bit better. Even though it's kind of it's a T. And what else is there? Condor is nice. Whales, I mean, other than the hole, it's kind of cool. But then their final form, I can't even show. Yeah, I like the design, but I don't know if it works. I mean, it looks okay when the legs are separated. It's kind of just doing Engine O again. Yeah, kind of a T-pose. I think, you know, it's not great, but it's not that bad, so I think I'm going to give it C. The toy could definitely be better, because, you know... Because I think it's doing okay. It's not doing bad. But now we move into quite an interesting season. Uchu Sentai Q Ranger! Yoshalaki! I'm sorry. Yeah, this was an interesting season because it kind of had too much product. Because in this season, we get 9 Rangers. Later, 12. I do have a few of these toys. They're kind of neat. You know, they got like a space Voyager theme. And I think they're called Voyagers, but we got Shishi Voyager, one of the only body components, and everyone else's limbs, such as Scorpion, Sasori, Okami, Tenmin. Yeah, I'm too much OP luck. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through these quick because of how many. Oshi's kind of cool. Nice cow. Hibitsukai. I will say, this one turns into scales and this turns into a snakehead, so it's alright. Chameleon. I like it, but could have done more. I actually have the Washi Voyager. I quite like it. And Swordfish. Oh yeah, another point against Power Rangers being stupid. They tried to claim this was a shark. I kind of see, but I mean, come on, just call it a Swordfish. I do actually have the Ryu Voyager. I need one more so I can dump an arm. Don't have a picture of the... Ho-Oh's alright. Why do you exist? Kerberos is kind of cool, but anyways. Orion's a nice Final Mech, but... Oh yeah, there's the Kuma. Or, I need to get him sometime, pretty neat. But, I kind of wish the final was Hydra, because Hydra is the biggest constellation. Also, I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like Orion is just them doing the whale again. But without further ado, our main Megazord, Cureno. And I like that they say his name like it's a volcano. Oh, goodness, ads this late? Oh my. Okay, I think I'll let after the next ad, let's try to finish up. We might need to go through one more set of ads, but thank you all for sticking with me so long. But yeah, Kureno has a bit of an interesting gimmick where any of them can swap out their arms. Like, here's some examples with the other ones, and it's kind of neat. And, you know, but there's way too many combinations, but, you know, that's kind of neat. It's very creative, much better than the Power Ranger version. And you can actually get them for fairly cheap, like around $50. I will say, I do feel like it's a bit better than Zuo King, because, you know, it does the circle bit, but not entirely, so it actually looks like a mecha. I think he's pretty decent. You know, I will say they did definitely make way too many toys. Apparently Q Ranger was one of the worst selling toy lines, specifically because they just made way too many orbs. So, you know, but I don't think he's that bad. I think he's decent. Maybe, I'm thinking either B or C. What do y'all think, chat? You know? Yeah, I feel like... Too much orbs. Oh yeah, I will say, I hate its combination with the Phoenix one. It is so lame. It's a flippin' gumball machine Christmas tree. I'm trying to think. It's better than Zuo King, but is it better than these others? You know, yeah, I think it's worthy of C. Oh wait, no, not B. Get out of there. Or it is kind of average though. It's not doing anything too amazing. I think it would do, but we're almost done, chat. We just got to get through these last few, and then I can go to bed. Oh my, I don't think I've ever streamed this long. Okay, yeah, definitely. I hope I still have time to watch Precure after this. Thank you for sticking with me for this long, but next tier list, we need to not make them this long. But now we move on to a very interesting season because it's got two main Megazords, that being Kaito Sentai Lupin Ranger versus Keisatsu Sentai Pat Ranger. This was interesting because we had two Sentai teams. The Phantom Thieves Lupin Ranger with their Dial Fighters, all looking quite cool. And then the hard-boiled police officers, Pat Rangers with their trigger machines, all which are essentially police vehicles with triggers. And I do think it's the best theme song in all of Sentai. So good! But yeah, Dial Fighters, they're pretty cool! I actually have two blue ones. I painted one gold. It's really neat. Like, they have some nice thief weapons like buzzsaws and Gatling guns. The trigger machines, they're not as good. They're kind of clunky, kind of big chunks of plastic and metal, and definitely don't really look like police cars. I think the Lupin Rangers do it a bit better. But they do something unique with this season, and that's involving this feller, Good Striker. He becomes the body of the Megazord, and he's got a plane mode and a police car mode. Like, I see what they're trying to do here, but it's really meant to be like this. But here we get our first combination, the King of the Skies, Lupin Kaiser. And I really like him. I think he's really cool. I love the top hat. I love the built-in weaponry. His finisher, he just pulls out a bigger gun version of the Morpher. And he is fast. And I think he wears the look really well. Not everyone's favorite, but I really like Lupin Kaiser. I think he's awesome. And even the CGI they do with him is pretty cool. I will say the big trigger in his back is a bit triggering. But I like Lupin Kaiser. He is pretty cool. I think he does the design great and does the whole thing. But we'll find our rank after these messages. We'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Oh, I should not have picked such a big topic for my first tier list. But it has been fun with you, I will say, chat. I mean, what did I expect for ranking 48 seasons? But yeah, I think the Good Strike is a neat difference. The sound effects are fun. And I think Lupin Kaiser pulls it off so well. This feels like a Phantom Thief. I love the mask look. Like, I feel like you see this is a thief's. Like, you could probably, honestly, Team Rocket could probably take it for a spin. So, it's 49, right, sorry. So where do we put it? I kind of want to put it in S. I don't know. Do y'all think it's S-worthy? I will say it's not too pretty from the back, but something I forgot to mention. I love it when they have built-in weapons. I'm sorry, I have to put it at S. I'm sorry, come on, you gotta admit this is cool. I mean, there's a bit kibble with the wheels, but I think he wears it great. Unlike... sorry, I can't put it... I can't... nope, sorry. I like it too much. Unlike its counterpart... Pat Kaiser. Now, this one doesn't wear it as well. Now, for one thing, it does not have the posability the Dial Fighters had. The trigger machines are just slapped on. And the weapons are a lot lamer. We have a blaster and a stick. You know, the only thing cops have. Now, the wheels kind of look neat, but then you have the head trapped in this clunky area of plastic. Another difference is the legs are moved down so they don't look fancy. The red Pat Ranger was too angry. Yeah, that's kind of the trope he was playing into. But yeah, you can see the difference. Lupin Ranger has the red pants, he has black pants. As for their combinations, you know, it's neat. This one's not too good because it's got a sink helicopter. But yeah, I actually do have almost all these. I don't have those two, but I do have enough to make their big combined form. I have this thing, which is really ridiculous. Wait, go back. I wasn't done with that theme. Good Cool Kaiser. VRX. It's a bit too ridiculous. It kind of works, but this part with the pink, no, that's not good. Everything else kind of works, though it doesn't. The legs don't clip together too well. We also did get some questionable 6 Ranger mechas. The X-Emperor Slash and Gunner. This one almost works. This one does not. This is this is pretty bad. It's just got a gun sticking out of its chest and not in a good way, and then it's got an English guard head, even though he's from France. But yeah. I don't know if I want to put it in F, because I have had the toy, and it's kind of fun. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think this has to go into D. I don't know, do y'all think it's worse? You know, and again, the whole cop thing has been done much better by the other seasons, like Deca Ranger. Yeah, I think D. It's not as bad. It's at least vaguely functional, so. But yeah, let's get it on. We're almost there, chat. Almost there. So thank you for staying up late. But now we have a season I complained about quite a bit. Kishi Ryo Sentai Real Soldier. Now, I was initially excited because I thought it was going to be dragons. Can you imagine that? A dragon-themed Sentai. But no, it was dinosaurs again. And they're dinosaur knights. Except they don't really do much with the knight theme other than swords and the Zord design. And they even kind of do the Koryuger thing where blue and pink are just glorified arms. They just switched dinosaur species, so blue is Triceratops and pink is an Ankylosaur. Also, it's Ankylosaur, not Ankylosaur. That is stupid. It's Ankylosaur. I don't know why they changed the pronunciation. The song was the only good thing. Yeah, it's a nice theme song. Just I feel like it never wakes up fully. So we have Tiramigo. Nice name, but come on. They are just doing Gabotira again. Tiger Lance. Okay, that's not even a dinosaur. That's a saber-toothed tiger. We'll say the middle needle's neat because it's not a stegosaur. It's actually a different type of dinosaur. Nice to see a Dimetrozord again. This one's kind of neat. So is Little Buddies. And I will say, even though the Sixth Ranger is very much a ripoff of Koryu Gold, he has a cool Zord. I actually have the American version of it, the Megazord, but we got a bit of problem. There's definitely some kibble going on, and it's definitely not as. It's got some Ammonites, so that's nice. Shadow Raptor and Shine Raptor are neat because they combine. And Pachygaroo, it's a Pachysaurus, but it's a kangaroo. Then we get a pterodactyl that turns into a penguin. It's kind of neat. But then we get to our Megazord, Kishi Ryo 3 Knights. So yeah, the Red Ranger can kind of do its own thing. I mean, I guess this one's okay. It's got that overpowering red, unfortunately. In fact, this is what it looks like most of the time. However, I will give it this. It's actually a really good toy line because it's Lego. Yeah, you see those bits on it? It's literally Lego. And you can actually do some pretty neat combinations. You can rearrange and put things together in all sorts of ways. It also turns into a fortress. Or whatever the heck this is. But yeah, there's a lot of creativity you can do with these. Unfortunately... Oh, you can also make a Spinosaurus. Sort of. Unfortunately, they never really live up to the creativity, and it gets a bit chunky. I actually have the Power Ranger version of this. It's cool. Yeah, even though you can combine them all, this is the best you get. Like, I think it's it's a cool toy line, and I'm sad it doesn't have a good show on Sentai or Power Rangers. But yeah, there's a lot of great stuff you can do with. But okay, is it a good design? Scene B, I don't know. I will say, you know, it's kind of fitting the silhouette test. It's definitely not a bad design. I think, and you know, you can do a lot, and it looks a little better like this. I don't think we should rank it higher than Koryuger at B, so I think we'll do C. Because it's trying to do its own thing, but it's also copying Koryuger, or Koryujin. I will say, they did do a decent job with the Power Ranger toy. The Power Ranger version is pretty much the same. But it's more posable, so, you know, I think... I don't know. Then again, it does look better than Koryuger. It does do the theming well. You know what? C is good. But is it better than... You know, it's still kind of average, so we'll go with C. Yeah. But now, we get to something truly shining. We get to one of my favorite ones, what I think was an absolute true return to form and awesomeness. Machine Sentai Kira Major! Yeah, these Zords had a very unique theming, where they were vehicles and crystals. And I don't know if they show it here, but each of them had the ability to turn into a stone, a little rectangle. But unlike Zyuohger, the designs were not compromised. And I won't go too much into it because we talked about a lot of their personalities last stream, but I love these things. You know, we got Machine Fire, Shovel Yellow, you know, and they are a lot smaller than your average Megazord, but I think it's more of them, they're just like the size of an actual fire truck and stuff. Machine Mahawk. And I think they look really good. Jetter and Helico. And they could talk! Yep, and also they had a cool villain one, Machine Jockey. It's a T-Rex steam engine. I love this thing so much. If we do a villains tier list later, this thing's going high. And it has a cool roar too, like. And yeah, there's Roland, there's Roland, Carrion, Lift On, the babies of the Groot. They're pretty adorable. And I have Lift On and, you know, Machine Express. I have almost all of these like that. And this guy, Drillja's cool. A little hard to keep track of, find a place for you. And I actually got Zabun soon, recently, for my birthday. Instead of a T-Rex steam engine, he's a shark bullet train. He's cool. I think he was actually going to be a movie Zord, but they didn't work out. I don't have these. I wish I did, but yeah. What's cool about Kiramajin, it has two other forms. You see, the two flyers could combine to create, Sky Mage. Yep, it's a simple little thing, but it's pretty cool. And it did the pen pineapple dance. I'm not joking, it literally happened. Then there's Land Mage. It's kind of just an incomplete version of the Megazord, but it's cool that you can have two Megazords, a big one and a small one. But then we move on to our main Megazord, Kiramajin. I like it. I think a lot of people don't really like it because it's a little weird in certain proportions. Oh, wait, don't, wait, sorry. But yeah, I like Kiramagen, and I was able to get the toy, and I love it. It's a little smaller, but hey, it makes it easier to store. I will say it is a bit lame that, you know, blue can only be a sword. I wish they could have attached it, like, on the back somehow for when it's using other weapons. But hey, got a shovel arm. That's something I wish they would do more. I like shovel arms. But, you know, there's actually a good bit of symmetry here. You know, you can see the whites going in. And it's pretty fun to watch fight because of all the crystals light up and glow. I like this thing. It's a shame it can't combine with anything. Oh yeah, and the show ended with an awesome headshot. They done headshot the final villain. So amazing. And why does my song keep trying to... I better wrap it up. The song's trying to... I can't say enough. Kiramager is so awesome. So is the other Rex, like Smog Jokey. It's a T-Rex with a chainsaw. Love this thing. And it turns into a Megazord. King Express. You know, Giga and Drill's pretty cool. I don't have Grateful Phoenix. I wish I did. This is the only one besides... Carrie and the red repaints. This is the only one I'm missing. Pretty cool. It's a phoenix and a jet. Anyways, but I like Kiramagen. I think it's unique. I like the low pudgy boy. I think you know, yeah, I want to say A. Yeah, probably could be better, and I wish it combined, but darn it, I like it. I think it does a great job with the theme. Pretty awesome theme song as well. Plus, I feel like if you get the set, you're getting so much to play with in so many fun ways, so... Yeah, y'all okay with A? I think it's worthy of A. It's not perfect enough for S. But yeah. Okay, let's move on. So... There's a reason I didn't get rid of the F rank. Even though I'm positive. We now go to what I consider the worst season of all time. Kikai Sentai Zenkaiger. So this should have been a better season because, you know, the Rangers turn into the Zords, they're based off past Megazords, but then we get this. What is this, chat? What sorry excuse of a T-Rex is this? Yeah, lame Sentai's more... What is going on with it? Why does he have arms in his chin? Why has he got a head on his head? This is atrocious. So, the reason it looks this bad... They have to turn into robot modes. As well as half of a bigger robot. Which leads to all of it being compromised. Just look at the line. What is this? Where's his belly? Where is the belly? Oh, and those like they get awful. They look more like a fish. Yeah. Now I will say Machine Dragon based off Magic. This isn't bad. This actually looks like a dragon. The jaw's a bit too big, but this doesn't look too bad. And then Vroom Jump and Roll. Oh. Did you not learn your lesson from Ninja? Speaking of Ninja, that dump truck looked bad. This looks worse! How? How do you not make a dump truck? This is not a dump truck, this is a block on wheels! What? There's a pickaxe! What? Oh. The more I look at them, the worse they have. Oh. It's even worse with the 6 Rangers. So, The Sixth Ranger is ripping off Zenkaiger. They're, you know, pirating the pirates. And, you know, his suit looks pretty cool. He's, you know, he's a nice... Oh, sorry. He's a nice golden pirate. The red's a little obnoxious. What do you think he has? Do you think he has a cool pirate ship? No. He has a crocodile. This is their pirate ship. Why? What on this goodness blue earth does a crocodile have to do with pirate? Oh, wait. Never mind. I just figured it out. It's supposed to be like Captain Hook. But still, this does not look like a pirate ship! It looks like a giant crocodile head with junk on it! What is this? Why? It's like Ninja infected the season and went on steroids! Oh, and there's more. The Super Zenkaiger, you know, it's like a battle suit made based on Dragon Caesar. I mean, it should be cool, but the toy is awful. I mean, look at this. This plastic is atrocious. This is so cheap. Oh, and then there's this. The gun jet. Oh, we'll get to you later. Oh, and look at that. We got SDs. We got super deformed Zenkaiger and O-Ranger. Why? Who cares? Just, what do these have? Why these seasons? I mean, Zenkaiger is cool, but why O-Ranger? Oh yeah, and they did a Q-Rex thing too. And that's not even in, this isn't even in the right season. Oh, and they also did have a reference to Battle Robo, or called Battle Caesar. It was kind of cool, but it never got released. It only got released as Mini-Pla, which is model kits. And also, yeah, there's a black repaint, because... But then, we get to the combination Zenkaiger, Juen Gao. Ugh. Now, this should be cool. It's a Zenkaiger reference. It's doing the symmetrical docking. You know, half and half. But this does not do it right at all. For one thing, there is so much kibble. I mean, look, there's arms hanging off here. Nothing there. It doesn't match. The head doesn't match. Even the symbols that are supposed to be symmetrical don't match. It's got a gosh dang sword and shield because it couldn't be original. I will say sorry to the boss for saying his name. My bad. And it's just got claws hanging off the sides because who cares? Like, if you look at it from a distance, fine. But the closer you look, it gets worse and worse. They cheaped out so much on the toy line, and it just looks awful. And I'm a positive person. I don't get this angry at stuff. But this show makes me angry. Because it doesn't even want to just be a fun time. Instead, it just sits in the middle of the road, does the exact same joke every single time, and then throws in a false god last minute, and then the whole fate of the world comes down to a frickin' rock, paper, scissors match. But there's another one. It's got two mecha. We're gonna look at the other, Zenkaiger machine. I want to say this isn't as bad, but... But no, looking at it, no, yeah, this is just as bad. Now, pink and blue is a little more pleasant on the eyes. The wings are kind of cool. Oh, but we have the same problems. Kibble, kibble, kibble. It doesn't match. It doesn't look good. Look at this body. It looks thin in a bad way. The head's a little better. At least these match. slightly, but it still looks wrong and disproportionate. And it's so cheap. And look at these oh, there's tires slapped on the side because why not? And you get a pickaxe. And you know, they can also combine with each other. It doesn't look any better. There's just so much chunky kibble on here. It's awful. Oh, and yeah, this can happen because why not? We had to stick a motorcycle on there just so O-Ranger had something. And because I'm still ranting, what is this? What is this abomination? This doesn't look like Shinkino or Gokaiyo or anything. It's got a crocodile shoulder that's not doing anything. It's got tires. Why does it have tires in its legs? It's not even any better here. It doesn't even have an arm. It doesn't even have an arm anymore. It's just a crocodile. You can't make it look. You can do crocodile on a hand, but you have to have an arm. It doesn't have an arm. It's just crocodile head. Also, why is it silver? What does the gold makes it? What's silver got to do with anything? Oh, but it's not bad enough, chat. They had to ruin two awesome Zords. So they decided to take Dragon Caesar and the V-Rex and combine it into this. Zenkaiger. This should be awesome. This really, really should be cool. But it's not because they cheaped out again. Its legs are so squatty. Poor thing squatting. Like someone kicked it in the... And I wish I would like this, but the gray is so cheap. It's not exciting or cool. Oh, and it has to become half a Megazord. Still looks awful. Look, this is huge. This is not correct at all. It's just got a thing sticking out like a real soldier mech, but at least those kind of pulled it off. Whew. I might need to make a highlight of just ranting about Zenkaiger. What is this? Okay, now it looks like a pirate. It still looks awful. Get rid of those tires and crocodile head. Oh, and there's also a black version. What is this? What is this Crocodilo Bomber or Amigo? Oh, I can't even show the final mech. The final mech, it is so atrocious you can't even see it. It is so bad, it only exists in CGI. And the worst CGI. And I'm someone who's not bothered by CGI often, but the CGI for this thing is so bad, it looks worse than a PlayStation 1. Oh, and also crossover with Dawn Brothers, because why not? It's still awful. And has nothing to do with either show. Ugh. I hate Zenkaiger, and because I didn't want to hate it, I wanted it to be good. Make that rant a highlight. It's making me laugh so much. Yeah, I need to make a whole video of just the Zenkaiger rant. This show should have been good. It's the 45th anniversary. But they were so cheap and lazy. They make it so bad. It can't even just be good fun because it just does the same joke again and again and again with no variation. Also, they made fun of Rangers dying. Yeah, there's a part where they just reenact the part where Black Condor dies, except it's the monster, which is a kind of funny but kind of disrespectful. They also have one episode where they accidentally summon all the Rangers who died, like Bio Yellow. Get that and the, like, I just, other anniversary seasons, they at least do the bare minimum. Even if they don't focus on the anniversary part, they at least do the bare. This show could not, and it just got stupider and stupider and stupider. And every single moment, it just made me angrier and angrier. And they stick up some body moron who's claiming he's the god of everything. No, he's not! He's an imposter that's hiding in a flippin' mecha parrot! Like, they couldn't even let the talking wall be the main villain. Oh yeah, the first main villain, it's a wall! It's a robot that's built into the wall! And has an arm. And a parrot. And then there's also, like, Stacy, who they should have redeemed earlier, except they take forever for him to be redeemed. Like, I don't think there's a... Like, I'd say Zenkaiger is the worst anniversary season, but Geo exists. Because, you know, at least Zenkaiger's just being silly with it and not trying to outright erase it. But yeah, but yeah, F! Get in there and stay in there! You are worse than cardboard! At least the cardboard tried, and it failed! You didn't even try, and you failed! Why are you the only one in Super Robot Wars? That's so stupid! Are you okay, boss? Yes, you seem quite heated. I'll be fine. But yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed the rant. Let's move on before the ads start. Yeah, I don't know if I'll edit it any, but I definitely need to make a highlight of just the whole Zenkaiger rant, maybe. Oh, get out of my face! Part of me almost wants to get Majin, the pink Magi Ranger one. It's so annoying. She was so cute, but they just didn't do anything with her. They just did the same joke again and again and again. Also, weird thing, apparently the guy who played the Red Ranger, who was a dinosaur, he's currently playing Kamen Rider Bake, which is weird. Okay, sadly it's not gonna get much better, because at least I can understand why I hate Zenkaiger. This next show I can't understand at all. Avataro Sentai Dawn Brothers. Oh no. Dawn Brothers is lame. Yeah, a bit. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so this was kind of the era where they kind of stopped caring about the individual moods. Nice theme song. But yeah, this is all based off the Legend of Momotaro, so you know, we get a peach, we get a bird, we get a dog and a monkey and an Oni. What is going on? What are those legs? Okay. And oh, poor Oni sisters stuck together. It's kind of cool they become these forms, but ooh, wow, are they simple. And you are creepy, dude. Not just because of your long legs, but because of your obsession with your wife. And this is a flippin' Sonic character! You know. And I mean, it's not too bad. But boy, Monkey, you gotta hit leg day. Well, this one should be cool. Dragon and a tiger, but, actually, these aren't too bad. There's also a bike for some. Get out of here, Zenkaiger! Oh, and look. Okay, so the first Megazord was this abomination. I don't know why. We thought they were gonna tie in, but nope. This is just random because anniversary! Buy more toys! Member berries! We're too lazy. But we do have a pretty... Despite how awful those Zords are, we do have a pretty cool Megazord. That being Don Onitaijin. And I will say the shot in the intro of it, like, growing is kind of neat. Toothpick legs? Exactly. Only good thing about Dawn Brothers is the opening, yes. But yeah, this isn't too bad. This was actually sort of pretty important toy line-wise, because it has something that I don't think a single other Megazord had at the time. Knees! Yeah, they were trying to compete with Power Rangers, who Hasbro had started adding posability, so this thing is pretty posable. Yeah, granted, I don't know if it's that sturdy, because I don't know if it's strong enough, but I will say it's not a bad design. As incomprehensible as the show is, this is a good design, you know. Everything's clearly defined, silhouette's alright. It's kind of funny that once it's transformed, you see it sitting on a samurai chair like it's about to go to war. So, it's not too bad. The other ones, that's surprisingly, oh. Okay, maybe if you don't look at this one too hard, it's okay. Oh my, it just gets, ugh. Kneecaps. Yeah, it's got kneecaps. Which will probably break if there's too much weight under it. You know, as bad as Dawn Brothers is, it's not bad, a Megazord. I think I'm gonna give it a B. It's not that bad. It's at least competent. It's a shame that the individual Zords have to be sacrificed for it to look good, but I think B is a fair choice. I feel like this one's also okay as long as you don't pay attention to the legs gapping over there. Oh, and it has a King Oger for. I thought it had a King Oger for. Oh no, wait, no, it's the other way around. But yeah, it's okay. It's pretty good, and I appreciate it for trying to add more posability. They don't really do it anymore because the kneecaps would eventually buckle. But now, it's time to finally wash out the bad taste of all those seasons because we got what may be one of the greatest Megazords made in recent years. Osama Sentai King Oger, the very first insect season. Oh yes, how glorious! Please tell me there's a moth. No, sorry. There's a butterfly. Oh, close enough. But yeah, we got. I don't like that they're all called God, cause you know. But yeah, we got some pretty cool ones. There is a lot going on, and they do get a bit kibbly, but they kind of also have a really cool, I want to say, steampunk aesthetic. I will say, I don't like that the mantis and the bee just got a block sticking out of them, but I feel like they're at least a little more competent than the others. King of King. But we did something different, because it's not just the 5. There's more, because there's also 2 ladybugs, 2 spiders, and an ant that all combine into the King of Kings himself, King Ojo! Now this is a cool. Oh, and the first non-binary ranger? Oh, I didn't know. Oh. Yeah, that sounds about right. Even though I don't normally like to put those type of labels around. No, that is absolutely Reika. She is definitely. Let's move on. Look at this thing, chat! Now this is a cool Megazord. It's got a lot going on, but it does it pretty well. It's got a pretty cool weapon. I don't know if I can call it a sword with how long it is. And it's quite posable. Yeah, the Purple Ranger. Yeah, that's her name was Reika, right? Rika? Yeah, I definitely believe that. But yeah, King Oger is awesome. There's a reason it's the name of the show. But yeah, this is pretty cool. I don't know if I love it as much as others, but it is a little spindly, but I think it does great. And it kind of brings back the Go Onger thing. Pronouns is they, and then oh, okay, sorry, my bad. Did they ever refer to Reikas? Never mind. And yeah, it's kind of just gets bigger with all its weapons. Oh yeah, there's also a black repaint. Kind of boring. But yeah, this thing, it does the Go-Onger thing where it gets bigger and bigger. And then combines with a castle that turns into Beetle until it becomes this. Yep, look at this, chat. Yep, we got something to challenge G12 and the Ultimate Shinkenger robot. This is something, alright, chat. It's quite amazing. It's a lot. Like, I don't know if the joints can handle that. But honestly, I kind of want to put it in S, just cause, you know, it feels like a Megazord, and a lot of the stuff we've been getting lately don't feel like a Megazord, and this feels like a Megazord. It's okay, you didn't know. It's a new thing these days, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of know. I think I just forgot. It just, I don't know. Doesn't it sound a little... No, I don't want to get into this. Let's... But yeah, I think it's only fair to put the king where he belongs in S. Yeah, I'd love to get it sometime. And the other components are pretty cool. Like the Tarantula Knight. First Spider Ranger as well. With 3D glasses. I wish I could get them, but boy are they expensive. But yeah, I'm worried about the ads coming up soon. But yeah, a lot of different bugs, like... But yeah, King Ultra was a little too dark for me, because the villain was a bit too evil and overpowered. Oh, but when they defeated him Avengers Endgame style, baby, it was awesome. But now... We've come a long way. It's time for our final contender, our final member. From a show I thought was going to be absolutely stupid and frustrating, but instead... Wait a minute. Wait, cut! Okay, sorry. For some reason they're playing Eurobeat. Oh, do we not have a Boomger one? Do we not have Boomger? Oh, we don't. Do we not? Seriously? Oh. Well, this is a little awkward. Pardon the Eurobeat. Did they not have one? Give me a moment, chat. Oh, they got Precure ones. I see Gozooger. Where's Boomger? Error. Technical difficulties, nothing to see here. Where's Boomger? Let's see, Grendier. What the heck is the... Oh, it's the elusive samurai. I thought it said the exclusive samurai. Oh, okay, found it. Okay. Sorry about that. Nothing to see here. Move along. Yeah, we got Bakukage Sentai, Boomger. And despite having probably one of the dumbest titles... Oh, wait. One sec, I got the ending theme. Oops. Despite sounding incredibly stupid and childish, this Sentai is awesome! This Sentai is fun. This is humor done correctly. Now, yeah, and our Megazord is voiced by Ash Ketchum's voice actor. Japanese, at least. But yeah, I don't want to spend too much time because it's nearly 12. But yeah, they did something cool because we have cars! Little transforming cars. And they all revolve around this, the Boom Boom trailer. And our main combination is done with off-road and wagon. And they create... Where is he? But yeah, they create a... You see, this is not just a Megazord, this is a character. You see, this turns into the character Bundario, who's sort of our friend, who turns into the Megazord, Boon Boomja Robo! Now, I should complain because it's kind of just doing the Koryuger thing again, but I think they do a pretty neat job. You see, this is a lot different. Boom, 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 boom. Indeed. You see, I really, one thing, I like the eyes. I like that they're going for a different look for the eyes. And this is a different style of Megazord. This is like one character and all his accessories. And he's got quite a few forms, like police, construction worker, knight, and monster. I gotta get the monster one sometime. And wing, and firefighter. But yeah, this thing is great, and it's pretty creative with how it fights, because its main form, look at that, no sword! Robot Ash, in a way. Instead, it's got a screwdriver. Maybe a little screwy, but it does it pretty well. And he honestly is fun, and as a Megazord, he does pretty good. His arms are a bit shrimpy. Needs to go to the gym. But I think the armaments make up for it, and I think he's unique in a good way. You know, nothing's being compromised like the cubes or nothing's lazy like Zenkaiger. He's just a cool guy. And I sort of have experience with him, not him specifically, but his evil doppelganger, Boon Boon Killer Robo, who I really love. I managed to get the toy of him, and I absolutely love it. Because they didn't just make a boring... Oops. They didn't just make a boring black recolor. Oh, wait. Oh, darn it. I made it. Oh, sorry. They didn't just make a boring black recolor. I'm tempted. S for the VA. I don't know about that, but we'll see. Okay. Yeah, they didn't just do a boring recolor. They Mad Max-ified this sucker. We got rust and edginess. I have this thing, and I absolutely love it. It's about the same toy-wise. But yeah, I will say the emotional attachment to Bundario does help a lot. Is he S-rank material, I wonder? You know what? Actually, I don't know if S rank would work. Plus, I think he would fit right in nicely with A. You know, he's not super amazing perfect, but I think for what he is, he's great. A rank it is. Right. And with that, well, that's our list, everyone. I think I'm gonna make a few quick adjustments before the ads start, and then we gotta wrap it up, but... Thank you all so much for sticking around this long. This was awesome. I loved doing this. Let's move some stuff around. Actually, I don't know if I should, just because it's really late, and I don't think I have enough time to sort, so... Well, let's just leave it as we are done. Oh boy, I'd love to go a little longer, but it's literally 12 o'clock where I am. And the ads want to come in again, and I think we've done enough. But yeah, there's my list. Again, pretty positive. I definitely gave certain ones more appreciation than they may have deserved, like Tokyo or Go Bustero. Yeah, the Coneheads just kind of were a bit boring. I maybe should have moved you down to D. But the trailer mode saved it. Yeah, the Coneheads just don't do enough. These two were absolute failures. And... ugh. These are beyond awful. At least this one is. This one tried and failed. This one didn't try at all and failed so hard. But yeah, these are definitely some of the best one. Actually, is this top 10? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ah! Look at that. We have a top 10. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like these would be definitely fair for being the best overall. But yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with this list. This was a lot of fun. Next time, let's not pick something so long. But yeah, I think I might post this on my main YouTube channel rather than the streams backup channel, just because I think you know, I think it would be more entertaining. I don't know if I want how I'll do the Zenkaiger rant. I might just clip the whole thing out and just let it be its own video. I don't know if I want to do any special editing or anything, but I'm rambling. But yeah, what's your favorite Megazord, chat? Mine's obviously a Thundersaurus Megazord. Go Say Great is a close second. But yeah, let's wrap things up before the ads start. How about hated villains? Oh no. Oh, I don't know about that. Maybe not hated villains. Maybe just villains in general. Maybe sometime we could rank all the Sentai villains. That could be fun. But yeah.
You okay, bro?
Yeah. I need to get ready for bed. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. Be sure to go on during Zenkaiger. Fun choices. Yeah, they're good ones. And definitely worth tracking down toy-wise, as long as you get the Japanese version. Stay away from the American Power Ranger versions. They are not fun. I mean, they're good for a mindless kid, but yeah. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I think the next time I might do a tier list, maybe after we stream Bakugan at some point, I might do a tier list of all of them afterwards. I was thinking Kamen Rider villains. Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah, I could do a tier list for that someday, but not for a while. But thank you again so much for watching and sticking with me for so long. I hope y'all liked my list. And no streams next week, because I'll be at the beach. But yeah, week after next, we're going back to Bug Fables. Should be a lot of fun. And I just real quick, sorry about if I offended anyone about how I referred to Rika. I was referring to the biology, not the preferred. Did they ever refer to Rika as they in the show? Well, again, it's no problem. Just referring to people how they want to be referred to. You know, it's as long as they're being polite about it. And never mind. Just treat everyone respectfully, okay, chat? But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I'm gonna wrap things up before the ads start, and hope y'all like the list, and please don't cancel me if I had questionable decisions or opinions about certain mecha. But yeah, thank you for watching, and see y'all next time. Oh, I'm good? Okay, thank goodness. But yeah.
Goodbye, everyone. You better be back. Get for next. Go be great.
Farewell, my friends. Thank you for joining us this Marvel adventure. Tune in next time after next week for Bug Fables. I said, hi, Silky. Sayonara, comrades. Have a good 4th of July. It's gonna be great. Later, pros. Can't wait for 4th of July. Barbecue and fireworks. Yeah. But yeah, see y'all after my vacation. Have a happy 4th of July tomorrow if you're in America. Ciao.